Hello and welcome in. This is the 409th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who's joining us, I really appreciate you for being here and hope that your weekend has been kicked off to a great start. It is a beautiful Saturday, and tomorrow will be an even greater Sunday because it is Mother's Day. For all the mothers tuning into the live stream, shout out to you and to my mother, who doesn't watch, more so my grandmother, who I know watches these live streams. If you happen to be watching right now, all the love in the world to you as well. Now, folks, we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates here momentarily. If you've never been here before, what we do is we debate Trump supporters. We have the dialogues that matter the most, and we try to change minds in the process. Now, we also like to go over the breaking news. Today's breaking news is that a golden statue of Donald Trump has been erected, I think down in Florida. And in response to this golden statue of Donald Trump being erected in Florida, we have seen MAGA evangelists praying in front of the golden statue. It is literally insane. I mean, this is what the Bible warns us about. Let's go ahead and take a look at a video, a very dystopian video that came out about this golden statue together. We're going to go ahead and throw it up on screen right now.
Sure everyone can hear. Okay, sir.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you so much for...
Oh, yeah, I should add that Donald Trump was on the phone with them while they were praying to his golden statue. Wow.
Being there today, and more importantly for what you did. The statue is beautiful. You know, I saw it during the weekend. We had a big PGA tournament with a great champion, and all great champions, actually. But it was a great tournament, and I got to look at it very closely, and it's incredible. And I just want to...
He sure likes to yap a lot. We're going to go ahead and skip a little bit ahead into the video.
I want to thank you all, and I won't forget it. And we love you all, and the country's doing great. And Iran is not doing good.
Okay, now he's talking about Iran. We're going to go ahead and skip ahead a little bit more. Shut up, old man.
On the war front, I figure you can understand that, but we'll see you all around. I just want to, again, it's everybody is taking pictures of it. Everybody is, my people told me that it's unbelievable. All day long they're taking pictures. They stand up next to it.
Wow.
And have their picture taken. It really came out beautiful. I didn't know what to expect. I just want to thank you all. And we love you all, and God bless America.
God bless you, sir. God bless you. We love you. God bless you, Mr. President. Love you, sir. Talk to you soon.
Wow. And shortly after this conversation over the phone was held between Donald Trump and, I'm just going to be honest, these maniacs, they then had a prayer circle around the statue to bless the statue. This is dystopian as hell. Oh my God. How did we get here? I don't know. And I will never. This is a mess. The world is a mess. We're going to go ahead and get that first guest up here right now. I sent an invite to Taylor. Taylor is a conservative content creator and debater. I ran across her. She was running a live stream of her own on TikTok, debating a handful of prompts such as that feminism has been bad for women and girls and abortion is immoral. I asked her to clarify on her position. Taylor thinks that abortion should be abolished in all circumstances outside of those where the life of the mother is on the line, and inside of those circumstances where the life of the mother is on the line, they are very, very rare. Taylor, welcome in.
What's up, Dean? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you for being here. So, yeah, the reason, once again, why I reached out to you is because I want to try to give some better representation to the right. For the people who tune into these live streams frequently, especially as of recently, then you know that the people that we've been getting up here, I mean, have been, I don't know, maybe able to pass a third grade level math test, if even. So, I don't know. I want to give some better representation to the right. I reached out to Taylor. Let's go ahead and hop into things. What I specifically wanted to talk to you about was your claims about abortion. So tell us, what do you think about abortion?
Sure. Well, first I'll say thanks for the compliment, I guess. And number two, my main point about abortion, I'll say my very simple position is that it is generally wrong to unalive innocent human beings. Abortion always unalives an innocent human being. Therefore, abortion is always wrong.
Okay. Well, I mean, The syllogism wasn't followed because P1 said it was generally wrong. Then the conclusion is that it's always wrong.
Sure,
But I
and
mean, that aside,
well, I can tell. Sure, when I can clarify the generally wrong, because I can say that prima facie, so like on its face, it's wrong. Though I can think of very distinct situations in which it may be morally justified to unalive an innocent human being to save the life of another.
okay, yeah,
Which
and I
is
want to
maybe
focus
where
in.
my go ahead.
I first want to focus in on the exceptions that you make because I always like to start there. The reason why I like to start there is because I think that you could be pro-life while holding an exception for victims of rape. Now, you disagree. You don't hold an exception for victims of rape. So why do you think it's wrong for a victim of rape to access abortion?
Sure. So I'll start by saying that rape is an atrocious situation. A pregnancy coming out of rape is an atrocious situation. I would say that if I were to show you several ultrasounds, you could not tell me which one was conceived in rape versus not. If I had a room full of human beings, I would say that you couldn't tell me if any of them were conceived in rape versus not. So generally, I would say that the way someone is conceived does not point to their worth as a person.
Okay. So, yeah, Charlie Kirk ran the same argument. I've never been a fan of it. You tell me that, well, if you were to show me a room of people with some of them being conceived by rapes and others not, or if you were to show me the ultrasound of a fetus that was conceived by rape and the other isn't, that I wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two, therefore we shouldn't allow a woman who was a victim of rape to access abortion. Well, see, the thing is the reason why I think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion has nothing to do with the way the production of a rape pregnancy looks. It more so has to do with the fact that I see no reason why we would obligate a victim of rape to be forced into providing their bodily resources against their will to the life of a fetus. I just can't see any reason why that obligation would exist. And I actually want to start by asking you a hypothetical question. Are you familiar with who Max Irby is?
No, not off the top of my head.
So Max Irby is a real kid. He is a 15-year-old kid who is in need of a stem cell transplant. If he doesn't get the stem cell transplant, he is going to die. Now, here's the thing. Max Irby has a very unique type of stem cell. This also isn't a joke. In response, his father, Juan, started Cells for Irby or something like that. I forget its name, where they are sending people, whoever requests one, a free stem cell testing kit. When they then take those kits, ship them back to Max's father. Max's father sends them to a lab, and they've been trying to find Max a match. Okay, so far they've tested 45 million people. They have not been able to find Max a single match. This means that it's possible that there either is not a match for Max alive, and if there is, there might be just one person. The question that I want to ask you is if you, had sent your stem cells in for testing, or maybe they just got a hold of them somehow, the means don't matter, and then we figured out you were the only match alive for Max's stem cell type. Do you think that the state should be able to legally compel you to give some of your stem cells to Max, even if the exhaustive cost of giving your stem cells to Max would be to be physically connected to Max for 9 months? There would be significant pains and stressors on your body, both physically and mentally, and there's even around a 3 to 5% chance that by the end of these 9 months, you'll die.
No, I'll say no, and for several reasons. Number one, I think that parents have a special obligation to their children. So I think that's going to explain a lot of the way we view the world as far as parenthood, why I have an obligation to my toddler that other people do not. Number two, I think that we are, as parents or as people or as the medical community, we are obligated to give people ordinary medical care. We are not, like, that's why I wouldn't say that I am obligated to give, let's say I get in a car accident and they need a new kidney. I wouldn't say I'm obligated to give them my kidney, even if I caused them the injury that gave them the kidney injury, because we're not obligated, we can't obligate anyone to give extraordinary medical care. Pregnancy, I would say, is ordinary care. This is just the ordinary way that the human body works. This is how we've all come into existence. So no, I would not say that anyone is obligated, especially if I'm not their mother. I would say that maybe your hypothetical would even be stronger if you said that I was his son, or he was my son. But yeah, I think that morally maybe it would be a great thing for me to do, but no, I'm not morally obligated to do that.
Okay, so assuming that the same level of exhaustive cost was onset by giving Max your stem cells as the exhaustive cost that is onset by pregnancy, would you have an obligation in that circumstance because they'd be the same level of care?
No, meaning I'm not saying ordinary care as in like the level of stress it puts on my body, because it actually might not be. It probably is less stress for me to give you my kidney, like operationally, like less recovery time than like a pregnancy is 9 months. Postpartum can be really rough. I'm talking about what we consider ordinary versus extraordinary.
So do you think
For
do you
instance,
think like the
my
first woman ever pregnant
well,
would have an obligation to maintain that pregnancy because at that point it wasn't ordinary care, it's extraordinary care. There's only been one circumstance.
ordinary, maybe let me define the ordinary care in the fact that my womb has one purpose. That's what it was made for. My womb was made to bear children. That doesn't mean it's required to bear children, but that means that that is what it's for. Now, my kidney is for me. My kidney is not for you. It's not for anybody else, not even for my child, but it is for me. So I'm speaking mostly about natural law, the way things are, and we can observe and they make logical sense. So my womb is for children. So having a child reside in my womb, that is ordinary care versus giving someone stem cells that are for me. That would be extraordinary care.
Okay.
Do I think the first woman pregnant was like, what's going on? Probably, but that doesn't make it like immoral.
Okay. So it goes down to the ordinary level of care. Do you think that
I would say that's the differing, symmetry breaker.
Sure, first question. Do you think that the purpose of the uterus is prescriptive or descriptive?
I would say the womb, the purpose of what I'm describing as the purpose of the womb is descriptive.
Okay, so it's descriptive. Okay, so you don't think that this
Correct.
is what like the universe was designed to be used for because you're a theist or whatever. Okay, yeah. Well, what I would say in this circumstance is I just don't see this as being morally relevant in the slightest. Yeah, sure, we could observe that a descriptive usage of the uterus would be to like house, a fetus to develop it in utero to term and then to give birth to it. Sure, because that's a way that
Yes,
uteruses have
only
been used in the past for sure, and that's a way that uteruses will be continued to use in the future. I just don't see that as morally relevant because all that I see as morally relevant is, well, what exhaustive cost is onset for the person who is pregnant? And I also want to be able to attack the first suggestion that you made here about the parental obligation that exists. So I do agree with you that parental obligations exist, but I don't agree with you that parental obligations exist because of a genetic relationship. And I feel like I could prove this. So
I agree.
Okay, so it's not because of a genetic relationship.
I agree. Like an adoptive situation, I would agree that you have special.
Okay, well, if it's not because of a genetic relationship, well, then what kind of parental obligation would a pregnant victim of rape have?
It can be, but it's not. It can be, but it's not only. I would say that's
so that's like
not
a sufficient condition for a parental obligation.
Genetics is not exhaustive. Correct, but it is sufficient, but it's not necessary.
Yeah. So why do you think being biologically related in the sense of this fetus sharing 50% of your genetics, even if it was created through the process of rape, would generate a parental obligation?
Well, what I'm going to say is maybe it wouldn't necessarily generate a parental obligation in the sense that you would have to raise it. I would say that it prevents you, because Dean, what we're ultimately going to have to reconcile is what is in the womb. We have that's ultimately what this debate is going to come down to, because what I'm not saying, this kind of language of you're forcing them to be pregnant, you're forcing them to care for them, is a little dishonest, because what I'm actually just saying is I'm not allowing them to kill what is inside of them.
Yeah, I absolutely do think that pro-life legislation that doesn't make an exception for victims of rape is forcing victims of rape to maintain pregnancy. They didn't choose to be pregnant. Now they can't terminate the pregnancy. Sorry, you keep on cutting out, and we can't hear you.
Concerned about. I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting. The prevention of killing is what I'm interested in.
Okay. And the quote-unquote prevention of killing in the circumstance seems to be leading to you forcing pregnant rape victims to maintain their pregnancy. I could prove this with the use of an analogy.
But wait, Dean, in the same way that me saying I can't kill my toddler is forcing me to continue parenting her or continue caring for her even temporarily while I find her a home.
Yeah, the difference between
the extent that I'm saying.
The difference between these two examples would be in that in some cases, when we have good enough reason to infringe upon somebody's bodily autonomy, i.e. the state forcing them to not murder their 3-year-old child, it is not wrong to do so. But when we don't have sufficient reason to infringe upon somebody's bodily autonomy, i.e. telling a victim of rape that they have to give domicile to the fetus in their uterus and provide them their bodily resources, well, then that would be an example of the state forcing somebody to be subjugated to conditions that I'd compare to torture and ultimately would amount to a human rights violation because there's not sufficient reason for the infringement. Now, back to the analogy that I made about Max Irby, you did inevitably tell me that you don't think that you would have an obligation to provide him your stem cells, even if it caused Max Irby's death. Now, I would say
Correct.
that this could be compared to a victim of rape being pregnant. The first reason being, well, that it seems to be the case that under the pro-life worldview, especially your view, you think that the state should be able to force them to provide their bodily resources to the fetus because if they were not to, then the fetus would die. Yet when we apply the same logic to Max Irby, you yield a varying conclusion, that being that the state shouldn't be able to force you to provide your bodily resources to Max Irby because if you weren't to, then Max Irby would die. You attempted to provide two symmetry breakers. The first was, well, a parental obligation. You think that somehow in some way, pregnant victims of rape, okay, have a parental obligation to care for the, multicellular organism growing inside of their uterus because there's a genetic relationship. First and foremost, I just think it's impossible for 9-year-olds, for instance, to have a parental obligation to a child because they're a child themselves. Yet under your view, you would say that, well, if a 9-year-old was impregnated, well, then they'd have a parental obligation. Can non-parents have parental obligations? That seems weird. Also, it just seems really arbitrary. You just seem to be baselessly positing that a genetic relationship spontaneously creates a parental obligation. I don't see any reason for that to be the case either. But even if we were to accept that view, if I was a father and my child required a kidney transplant and I was the only match for the kidney that they needed alive, even though I'm their parent, I don't think that the state should be able to force me to give my child my kidney. Would it be a good thing to do? Yeah,
No,
sure, it would.
I agree,
Is it
Dean.
something that I would
I agree.
inevitably do? Yeah, sure, I probably would. But should the state be able to force me to? Absolutely not. And then you just said that you agree. Okay, well, you just threw the parental obligation out the window.
No. I agree that parents are required to provide their children with ordinary care, much like I am required to give my toddler food and shelter and water, but I am not obligated to take her to Disney World or something like that. I am obligated to provide her with the ordinary care, and I am certainly not allowed to unalive her because taking care of her may have some sort of exertion on my body. So I would say that in your stem cell example, denying care is different from directly killing, right? So denying someone a kidney or a blood transfusion or something like that, that is different than directly killing. If I had someone that needed a kidney transplant, I could say big difference between saying, I'm not going to give you my kidney and coming over and slitting their throat because I don't even want to consider the option. Victims of rape, and I know this is an emotional argument and I know this is why you guys use it. The fact of the matter is that even victims of rape are parents. They are parents. They have this genetic connection. And I would say if you talk to victims of rape that ended up keeping their children, they would describe themselves as parents. They would describe their children, as people that they cared about and loved as their children. Not saying it's not a tragic situation. And I agree with you that, well, you didn't say this, but I would say that there needs to be a lot of resources for women that have this happen to them. There should be a lot of pregnancy centers that help women that are in this situation unexpectedly. But again, I don't think you're showing me why they are then allowed to infringe on the fetus's rights to life. So again, that's what it's going to have to come down to, because you're going to have to contend with my first claim, which is that it is wrong to kill human beings.
Okay.
Generally, 99% of the time.
Sure. So the first thing that you said there is, well, even though it seems emotionally incorrect or whatever, victims of rape are still parents, okay? And we talk to victims of rape that had their child. They describe themselves as them loving their child. Okay, so the first response that I'd have here is, well, when we're talking about, for instance, a kid that was raped and pregnant, a 9-year-old girl, right? I don't think that a 9-year-old girl, okay, for instance, could conceptualize of what pregnancy is, or could truly conceptualize with informed consent of what parenthood is. So, and for that reason,
But Dean, are they biologically a parent, or just are they?
If you define a biological parent as
genetically.
If you define a genetic and or biological parent, okay, as the producer of an offspring, and then we define a producer of an offspring, okay, as one of the two parties involved in the creation of said embryo, then yes. However, I think that parenthood is much more than a biological relationship. Like, for instance, I could give you an example, right? In society, a sperm donor who donates their sperm to a sperm bank, and then that sperm is used in the creation of an embryo that is then bought 30 years later by a couple, right? We're not going to look back at that original sperm donor as a parent, because for the most part, when we use the term parent in society, we're not just merely describing a biological relationship, but more so a parental obligation that would be onset and then present a duty of care for the child. And because that sperm donor wouldn't possess a duty of care for the child, that's not somebody that we would call a parent, unless we were to be hyper specific, okay, about like the genetic relationship and biological parentalhood. Now, the next thing that I want to say here would go back to the example that I made about the kidney. Okay, well, you said, well, that a parent wouldn't even have an obligation to donate a kidney to a child if the child needed it and the parent was the only possible donor because of the duty of care. It's extraordinary. Yeah, I would say that the duty of care for a pregnancy on a victim of rape, especially a child that is raped, would be extraordinary.
Okay, so again, and I agree with your statement about that parenthood is more than genetics. Like, I agree with you that like adoptive parents are still parents, even if they're not the biological parents. Again, I agree with you that again, like I don't mean to just keep coming back to this, but at what point is it okay to infringe? Like Dean, can I ask you, do you put any limits on abortion ever? Would you say that you are fine with abortion up until 9 months?
Yeah, so of course I place
reason?
moral limits on abortion. Legality is a little bit differently. I treat a little bit differently because that's more dependent on the pragmatic outcomes. But before we talk about my view on abortion, we need to finish fleshing out your view on a rape victim's access to abortion, because you were still standing 10 toes. One moment, you're still standing 10 toes down on the position, right, that a victim of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion because of like the parental obligation and the duty of care being ordinary. So I dispute both of those two things. Okay, we've already went over how a quote unquote genetic a relationship to an offspring doesn't generate an obligation and a duty of care to provide for extraordinary needs. I do think, okay, that a pregnancy would be an extraordinary need for a victim of rape. I absolutely do.
So lack of parenthood. So when I enter into this idea that genetics are not the only thing that makes a parent, if I say, okay, an adoptive parent, you know, you're still a parent even though genetics, that doesn't mean that the biological parent can unalive the child. That doesn't mean that I have my toddler who I want to give up for adoption, or I have a newborn baby and I'm going to give them up for adoption. That doesn't mean that just because I don't really want to I can't conceptualize this idea of parenthood, that doesn't mean I can kill them, but that does mean that I can give them up for adoption, or I can get rid of that parenthood obligation. I'm still their biological parent. So again, this obligation I'm talking about is you keep going back to the victim of rape, which I understand, but what I'm also focusing on is the victim of the abortion in the womb, and saying that that child has a right to where they are safe, where they are naturally ordered to be, and where they are at no fault of their own. So I'm speaking about that victim as well. And I agree there should be care for the victim of rape. I have in no way trying to minimize that suffering. I completely agree. That's an atrocious thing that happens.
Yeah, so this is what I'd call rhetorical sleight of hand, because now you're trying to shift the goalposts away from what we already agreed on. If a parent would have to provide a kidney to their child in order for the child to live, we agreed that they shouldn't be forced to provide that kidney even if the child dies, because that would be an extraordinary level of care. Well, this is what we'd be saying about abortion. Like, for instance, the abortion pill just simply cuts off the supply of progesterone from the umbilical cord to the life of the fetus, simply cutting it off from access to the mother's from the mother's bodily resources, and which then leads to them starving to death from an onset of natural causes, very similar to what we'd expect from somebody with a failing kidney if they weren't given a kidney transplant from their parent. So in the same way, I don't think that a parent would have a duty and or an obligation to provide a kidney transplant to a child given that their child needs one. Okay, yeah, I don't think that a victim of rape, okay, would have a duty and or an obligation to provide a fetus growing inside of their uterus access to their bodily resources and domicile inside of the uterus, even if kicking them out of their uterus or cutting off the supply of progesterone through the umbilical cord would inevitably lead to that child starving to death.
So if my child needed a kidney transplant and I was the only one that could give it to them, and is there a difference between me denying them that kidney and saying, you know what, like, I really need my kidneys, maybe like I'm sick, I need them as well, or maybe I just don't want to give them to her because I want my kidneys, I don't want to live that life. is there a difference between me denying her my kidney, and just shooting her and saying, you know what, actually, like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, I don't even want to have this moral,
Yes.
obligation. Like, I just don't want to, right? Do you think there's a difference between
Yeah,
directly
I do think
killing
that there's
and
a difference between
indirectly
those two
killing?
things. However, I don't think that there's a difference between denying a child a kidney, okay, and denying a fetus access to your bodily resources.
So the way pregnancy works, pregnancy is very unique. The only way that they can survive pre-birth is in their natural environment.
And
which
the
is
only way that
womb,
this
which
child
we've
could
established
survive is if they're given a kidney
care,
transplant.
which is ordinary care.
And you
right?
said it was
I think
ordinary
that's what
because
we're
it
gonna
what?
come
It
back
happens
to.
a lot?
No, it's ordinary because this is what the womb was built for. The womb was built for nurturing a child. Every child has to enter into the world this way, through the womb. They have to be nurtured through the womb. This is how. And I would say that you would probably even agree that, like, if artificial wombs existed, that maybe abortion wouldn't even be needed anymore, right? Because it would be better to move the child to, let's say, an artificial womb, or like a womb transplant or something. That would be better, because I think you would recognize that that is better than directly killing them. That we should do everything we can to sustain life, because human life is valuable.
Yeah.
And that's how we act within the world as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that your argument here about like the ordinary level of care is just really loaded and misled, because I don't think that we're going to dictate what is ordinary or extraordinary care insofar as making a description of what we think the parts of our bodies can be used for, but rather based upon the exhaustive costs in which are onset. Like, for instance, if like some extraordinary level of care, okay, meaning that you're not using a part of your body, quote unquote, for what it was built for, onset like no cost whatsoever to the person who is providing it, right? And we could argue that the benefit of providing that extraordinary level of care was immense. Then I think, for instance, that they would have like some duty and or obligation to provide that care. Like for instance, I could give you an example of this. Like, you're a parent, you have a child, and your child falls from their crib onto the ground. Now, if you just leave that child on the ground for the next 24 hours, then they're going to die, because you know a flood's coming. But the flood will only like, reach up like a foot off the floorboard, right? And in accordance with your definition of ordinary versus extraordinary care, you would be providing extraordinary care to that child by picking them up off of the floor and putting them back into the crib, because your hands were not built for the sole purpose of picking children up off the ground. However, would we argue in the circumstance that they would have an obligation to pick the child up off of the ground and put it in the crib? Yes, even though they're providing an extraordinary level of care in accordance with your definition. Why?
No.
Because we don't really care about what things are built for or how things could be used. We care about the exhaustive costs that would be incurred if we use it in that way. So once we highlight that point, it becomes very clear why victims of rape should be able to access abortion, because the exhaustive cost of carrying that pregnancy to term is too significantly high and would override any quote-unquote parental obligation that you think would exist. And you've actually already acknowledged this yourself, because earlier you said, yeah, I do think that if my child required a kidney transplant and I'm the only match, I legally shouldn't be bound to give them my kidney. And then you went on to say that like a pregnancy is actually more of an exhaustive cost than the sustenance and providence of a kidney.
I agree, but I'm not operating under some sort of harm principle of weighing and measuring harms, which it sounds like you are. You're saying that the harm from pregnancy outweighs the harm of killing a newborn human or an unborn human being. So you're going to have a hard time, I think, proving the harm principle in general, because you're going to have to give me the measurement of when is the harm too much. But just to kind of dive into that hypothetical of the flood, number one, providing ordinary care for my daughter is keeping her alive before she's a certain age. So yeah, if there's a flood coming, I think ordinary care would be to like get her. I would say shelter is like ordinary care, safety. So that would just fall into that. Also, hands are absolutely built for picking things up. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing you said there is that ordinary care to a child would be to keep them alive. So therefore, providing a kidney to a child that will die if you don't give them a kidney would be ordinary care. So you think that the state should be able to force you into providing a kidney to a child?
No, because keeping them alive, is it my child or is it, my child or a child?
Ooh, your child.
My child, I would say, again, this is going to come back to indirectly killing versus directly killing. Like, if I have taken on the burden of parenthood and said that I'm going to keep them alive by ordinary means, you're obfuscating on that, because
but you said keeping them alive is ordinary means.
Keeping them alive keeping them alive means different things at different keeping them alive has different meanings at different phases. Like when they're 17 versus when they're 17 months, those are different. Like I can keep a 17-year-old, let's say, alone at home for a week because he can cook for himself or whatever. But a 17-month-old would surely die. So what I mean when I say keeping alive means different things at different stages.
No, it doesn't mean.
Again,
No, it doesn't mean a different thing to keep them alive. But what's different is what you would have to do in order to keep them alive. Okay? Because that goal of keeping them alive is not different in the two circumstances. It's what you'd have to do in order to keep them alive. And still, yet you did say, right, that ordinary care would be keeping them alive. Therefore, ordinary care would be equivalent to whatever you have to do to keep them alive.
By providing them basic necessities. Now, Dean, I could actually probably argue that there probably is a good moral argument for saying that I probably should give my daughter my kidney. But again, yeah, I don't think legally that makes much sense.
Okay, so then you don't think that parents should be
into the moral.
Perfect. Yeah, well, this is terrible because now you just conceded that under your own view, you don't think that parents should be legally bound to provide ordinary care to their children because you said, once again earlier, that keeping a child alive would be ordinary care. Therefore, it'd be ordinary care for a parent to provide a kidney to a child.
Ordinary care in the sense of shelter and safety and whatever that means at that age, which means different things. So giving up a body part that was made
So not in the sense of always keeping them alive, right?
Well, we can't do everything, to keep them alive. I mean, I wouldn't be morally in the wrong if a tree fell in the house and I couldn't save her. So, we can't.
So then how do we determine the difference between ordinary and extraordinary care and keeping a child alive?
So it comes back to the basic necessities. You would agree that if you had a child, you would have the legal obligation, even if you want to just talk about legally, to feed them and clothe them and give them shelter, right? And so in your flood example, I think that would just fall under shelter or at least neglect. We have laws about neglect. You can't neglect a child. If flood's happening, I can't save her in a flood. I'm not held morally liable. But again,
and I'm agreeing with you, by the way. I also think that a parent would have an obligation to pick a newborn up off the ground if it were to be the case that the house is flooding, for sure. But all that I'm simply saying is that under your description of ordinary versus extraordinary care, that would be classified as extraordinary care for the reason being that you said I could describe to you why that would be classified as extraordinary care, because under your definition of what ordinary care is, you just said that ordinary care is doing what your body is designed to do, right? And I think that you would have a hard time positing.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so then once again, how do you define ordinary versus extraordinary care?
Not what your body is designed to do. I would say that when we are describing extraordinary care, because I'm only entering into your example of stem cells and kidney transplants, because I would say that is extraordinary because they are made for me, and to give them up would be, that's an act of charity that could be seen as morally good. But again, kidneys are made for me, wombs are made to bear children, and every child has to enter a womb to enter into the world. That is what I mean by natural law. That is what I mean by ordinary. So when we talk about what are the uses of hands, that's going to get more complicated because hands can be used for many things that I could say would be ordinary. So picking up my child is certainly ordinary. But again, in the eyes of the law, I can smack you in the face and that could be, assault. The uses of things are going to change.
Wait, I have a really good question.
So I can't, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think that a pregnancy for a child would be extraordinary care, given that the woman would die from the pregnancy as a result, but the child would live? Because earlier you were saying that ordinary versus extra. Do you think that a pregnancy would be extraordinary care, given that if the pregnancy were to go through, the woman would die and the child would live? Because under your view, one moment, let me finish. Let me finish talking real quick. I think that you'd have an incredibly difficult time positing that pregnancy would be extraordinary care, because the only relevant difference would be what? A significant level of harm to the woman. But earlier you rejected that harm would be relevant to determining what extraordinary care even is. So therefore, that additional harm onset onto the pregnant woman, because they'd fucking die, would not be relevant in determining that pregnancy would be extraordinary care.
No. It's still ordinary care, but I would say that it speaks to my first premise of that it is generally wrong to kill innocent human beings. So my example for abortion in cases of life of the mother would be the same as this. If there was a plane flying into a skyscraper and we knew the plane was going to hit the skyscraper no matter what, and there's a skyscraper full of people, we could ethically shoot down this plane to prevent the deaths of everyone in that skyscraper, because we know that the people in the plane are going to die anyway. So that's the same as my position of life of the mother. So if there's an ectopic pregnancy, let's say, where we know that the fetus is not going to survive, and if we let the fetus grow, then the mother's going to die. We are now preventing one life instead of having two people die, one life from dying. Same flipped. So if we know that the mother is going to die, which again is very, very rare, and post 24 weeks, post viability, you can just deliver the baby. You do not need an abortion. So you can deliver them alive. So it would be the similar kind of moral concept of one life versus two. So if you could prove to me that the child's going to die in childbirth, then I could probably make an exception. And I've
Okay.
stated that.
Yeah, perfect. So it seems like your logic here entails that we can make exceptions to the rule, right? That's what you're arguing. Because even in the circumstance
Always.
of a pregnant woman that is going to die, okay, if, they inevitably go through the pregnancy and give birth, still yet you did affirm under your view that that pregnancy would still be an ordinary level of care, and you affirmed under your view that they'd have some parental obligation because of some genetic relationship. But yet you still choose to turn around in special plea and make an exception for this because you think that there are overriding harms that are incurred if it were to be the case that
And
we were
the
to force that
harm
woman
is-
to maintain
but my
pregnancy.
harm-
And
my
that's
level
what
harm
I'd
is
argue
clear.
exactly for like
No,
a
no,
victim
no.
of rape. Even if
But
I
my
were to
level-
accept your argument of saying, oh, well, guess what? This parental obligation exists. It's still an
no.
ordinary level of care. There seems to be some overriding level of harm, which would be the costs onset via the continuation of the pregnancy amounting to torture or child torture. In the same way that you think, right, like the death of an innocent person, i.e. the pregnant woman, would be an overriding harm that would negate your position. I would say that torture would be an overriding harm in which would negate your position.
Well, you're using torture as kind of an emotional word, which I don't think you can prove the kind of torture that you're speaking about. But I also think that, again, you're going to just come back to harm principle, where you're going to have to give me like a measure of harm that is acceptable to then kill people, because I can use the same logic to born children. I can say, well, maybe I have really bad postpartum depression, and hearing my daughter cry is like torture to me. That is a real and very real thing that women deal with. I can say that I would be suffering for maybe even a year, that I can't stand the way she sounds. But I don't want anyone else taking care of her. Like, maybe I have some mental issues. Like, why can't, like, what level of harm are you going to, cap it at to say that then we can kill innocent human beings? Because my level of harm is very clear, a human life ending. That if I can prevent 2 humans from dying instead of just 1, just like my plane example into the tower, that is a very clear level of harm. I would say that your level of harm is very subjective and not clear.
Perfect.
And
I have a
that
question.
seems like a dangerous road. Okay, I have about 5 more minutes, Dean, but go ahead.
And by the way, that's fine. You did tell me that earlier that you had to run like 10 minutes ago. Okay, so here's my question. So if you're the mother of a child and this child somehow got a hold of like 2 like zygotes in fucking petri dishes, and you know that if you didn't literally shoot your child in the head, and then your child was going to throw the 2 zygotes in the petri dishes at the floor, and then the zygotes were going to die, right? Do you think that you'd be justified in saving the 2 lives over the 1, and you would be like morally permiss to like shoot your own child in the head?
Oh, that's a hard one. I will answer this, though I don't think it speaks to abortion in general, because that's not the situation that abortion is in. Like, pregnancy is not that. Though I will answer this. So I would say that no matter what I choose in that situation, it does not confer, like, it doesn't show us that preborn humans are not humans. I would say that it's very clear that, like, I would have an emotional attachment to my born child, my toddler. Just like the way, like if I said to you, hey, like, we have the trolley problem, let's say.
But we're not talking about what you would do. We're talking about what you'd be morally permitted to do. And I bet that you accept that emotional connections don't have, like, normative inferences on what is morally permitted.
I agree, but I don't think that's the point. The problem is that...
No, the point is, that's the question I asked you. Do you think that you'd be morally permissive at shooting your child in the head?
Of course not. No, of course not. I would not be morally permissive to do that. Of course not.
Even though you'd be saving 2 lives over 1?
No, because that's, again, direct killing. It is generally wrong to, just like the trolley problem. I don't think I would pull a lever to kill anyone. I would just let nature take its course.
Wait, so you don't think that mothers who have ectopic pregnancies that have to directly kill the zygote or fetus would be justified in doing so?
I already accounted for that, because if it's going to kill her and them, then it's, but again, that's
okay,
not
well, your
the
child that you
same...
got to directly kill by shooting them in the head is going to kill both of the 2 zygotes.
Again, but that's her who has less culpability because of her she's a child. I would say that, like, if what did the production of the ectopic pregnancy have less culpability because they're a child? Because children, yes, but we know for a fact that child is going to die. We know for a fact that child is never going to survive. So
okay,
again,
well then let's just use another example of a viable pregnancy that's still threatening the life of the mother.
I've already said an exception. I would grant.
Right, but the reason why you make
I
an
already
exception there is
said that.
because like somebody else would die. Okay, well, that would also be the case with like the little like the 4-year-old running around with the 2 zygotes in their hands that they're about to throw at the floor. And then you said, well, the reason why you want to be morally permissive, like shooting your own child before they kill the zygotes, is because that child wouldn't be culpable for killing the zygotes because they're under the age of like accountability. They're a kid. Okay, well, so would the production of the viable pregnancy in utero.
Like, right, but I would say like I have an obligation to get her and try to stop her from doing that, but I don't think that I have an obligation to shoot her. Just like if she was
no one said
coming at me and
obligation,
she
we
had
said permissible.
permissible, right? But okay, yes, it's not permissible. Much like if she had like, let's say I had like lung issues and she had COVID or something, I wouldn't be obligated to like kill her just because I think like her getting me sick would like would hurt me like to the point where I could die. Like I don't think that is justified. No.
Okay, well then perfect. Honestly, I think that this disputes your own view, and this means that even from your own perspective, you agree with me in saying that the life of a fetus is just intrinsically significantly less valuable than the life of somebody like you or I. Because you actually just gave a perfect analogy, right? Like you know, because you have a crystal ball, that your child is going to get COVID, and then you know because you have a crystal ball that they're then going to give COVID to you, and then you're going to die as a result. What are the relevant differences between that and a woman with a viable pregnancy knowing that pregnancy is going to kill her as a result? In one scenario, we say for the pregnant woman, sure, clearly should be able to access abortion. But in the other scenario, for the mom with a crystal ball, knowing that their child's going to get COVID, give it to them, then they're going to die. Okay, well, no, we would clearly say it's still yet wrong for you to kill your child. So there seems to be a difference here. And I think the only difference that could possibly exist would be the value that we find to be true in the life of a fetus and the value that we find to be true in the life of a newborn.
I would say that in the sense of, and I did say that with life of the mother for abortion, we are required to give proportionate medical care. So if that fetus is past 20 weeks, or whatever the point of viability is now, I think it's like 20 weeks, we are obligated to try to keep that fetus alive. I would say that abortion should not be the first step. And if, let's say we knew the pregnancy was threatening the mother, I would say that you have an obligation to birth live that child and try to save them. Now, if it's before the 20-week mark, the only reason I would say that abortion is permissible is because we do not have the medical care proportionate to sustain the life before 20 weeks. And if we did, we would be morally obligated to try. So like in an ectopic pregnancy, if the technology arose that said that we could take them out from the fallopian tube and grow them somewhere else, yes, we would be obligated to do that, but we do not have the technology. So it's like the plane in the tower example. We should try to prevent 2 deaths over 1. But ultimately, we are always morally obligated to preserve life.
I could respond to that. I did just look at the clock. You said that you have to go 5 minutes from now, 5 minutes ago.
I do have to go because I will just keep going, but I will hop on another time. I'm not running. I would be happy to continue this another time.
Yeah, I agree that you're not running because you told me this before you even accepted my invitation to come up like hours ago.
All right, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you should come back sometime because I'd love to finish that argument.
Yep, would love to. All right, have a good one, guys.
As well. Yeah, I'd love to be able to change your mind because I just totally think that you could hold a consistent pro-life view while upholding an exception for like rape, okay? Right? And that's ultimately where I would like all pro-lifers to fall. Right? Like, I disagree with you. I think that elective abortions should be legal. But simultaneously, if you are going to hold on to a position that elective abortion should be illegal, you should still yet be able to uphold a view that, like, rape victims should be able to access abortion. So we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here, guys. Go ahead and take a look at the prompt. It says, how do you still support Trump? I know that we just had a debate about abortion. I invited her in here because I'd scrolled upon her live. She was debating abortion. It seemed like, you know, she's maybe a little bit more intelligent than, like, other pro-lifers. So I wanted to debate her to try to change your mind. But we're going to go ahead and hop back into the debate specifically about Trump. So if you are inside of that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go ahead and throw the rules up on the screen. You got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA, please and thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult. We got AP loading up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be, once again, an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. There was a handful of you guys that sent incredibly kind donations while we were on the phone with her. I'm going to go ahead and thank y'all while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got Fly Girl loading in right now. T, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much, T. I want to see 500 TWs down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the 50 on Super Chat. That is so incredibly kind of you, man. $50 is a shit ton of money. Just know that I really appreciate you. T with a 50 says, pro-life and pro-birth aren't the same. Conservatives fight to force birth regardless of circumstance, then cut the food, healthcare, and shelter support that the child needs to survive. The commitment can't end at the cord if they truly cared. I couldn't agree more, man. Thank you so much for the $50, T, as always. You were always hanging out and here with us, and you're always so kind. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 TWs down below. Logan, welcome in, man. How old are you? How old are you, Logan?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
November.
Okay, what time is it?
What time is it?
I hear a British accent. I hear a British accent. Banned! Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Follow the rules of the live, please, and thank you. Only looking to debate Trump supporters. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I want to add on to it.
Banned! I'm just kidding, Magic Mike. I won't ban you, my friend. I appreciate you for coming up here, but the rules are the rules, and today we're specifically and only looking to debate Trump supporters. Sonny, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much, Sonny. Let's get 250 Sonny W's down below. I'm going to read off your message here in a moment, Sonny. Welcome in, Asha. Oh, Asha's gone, so we're going to go to read Sonny's message while we're still looking for that next guest. Sonny with the 25 says the Trump statue is giving Homelander. Thankfully, Trump's only superpower is appealing to the uneducated and not heat vision. Dude, I know. Bro, the fucking Boys episode that came out last week included, like a golden statue of Homelander. Now we, like, the next fucking week, all of a sudden, we have the same thing, IRL, for Trump? That is insane. E.T., thank you so much for the 30 euros over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much, E.T. Let's get through it, our ETWs. E.T. with the 30 euros says, Dean, you are so incredibly important for positive political change. Question, have you thought debating people who don't support Trump but will still vote for Republican? Last few days and debates have been very rough for you. You know, E.T., I've actually been thinking about changing the topic away from Trump specifically just to more like Republican issues. Like, that's kind of why I started off the stream with an abortion debate. I don't even know if Taylor supports Trump, just because it seems like that may be an easier way, not only to get debates, but a more effective way to change more minds. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Cookie Main's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. See, the thing is that there still are plenty of Trump supporters across this nation that support Trump. And, dude, low-key, MAGA is kind of winning right now by rigging the midterm elections. We'll talk about here in that a moment that really pulls on the outcome of the Virginia Supreme Court ruling yesterday. Welcome in, Ray. Do you support Trump?
I am independent, so I would support him more than I support the Democrats.
Okay, yeah, perfect, man. Why's that?
Just we've been in and out with the Democrats, and what have they done for me, a black man in law school? What have they done for me? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, I definitely do think that the only party who's done anything positive for Black Americans in modern American history would be the Democrat Party. The GOP, on the other hand, especially at the behest of somebody like Trump, has only hurt the Black community in this country, regardless of its rolling back Roe v. Wade, which is disproportionately infringed on the access to health care of Black women, to passing regressive economic tax reform that takes more money away from you the less you make, that also disproportionately hurts Black people because of the socioeconomic discrepancies that exist between Black and white people because of racism, slavery, and its aftermath, to him just directly being racist and refusing to rent to Black people in the 70s, calling all Black people lazy in the 90s, having his introduction into American politics be being racist against Barack Obama because he's a Black man, or, I mean, just a couple months ago depicting the Obamas as literal apes, right? Clearly, I do think that the GOP is incredibly regressive towards the Black community.
And that was definitely wrong. But then when you talk about that 1994 crime bill that Joe Biden passed, as well as the reparations that Joe Biden and Obama both decided to vote against. Yeah. And let's talk about America as a whole. We just found out that slavery, the American slave trade, was the greatest crime in the world, and America has repeatedly voted against that, both Democrats and Republicans, bro.
So about the 1940 crime bill, yeah, I agree with you. I think that's clearly a bad thing. That's clearly a racist thing that Joe Biden helped to pass. Okay, that's terrible. Okay, but still yet, when we look at who is running for the presidency, it was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. And B, even when it was Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, at least at the bare minimum, Joe Biden had at least tried to hold himself accountable for the racist things that he's done in the past, apologize for the racist things that he's done in the past. And the platform that he ran on was supposed to help the Black community in this country, compared to the regression that we've seen from the GOP, like with all of the various means in which I just used to describe. Also, the second thing I'd like to say here, right, is that, yes, Joe Biden has a racist history, but Donald Trump has a racist president. Has a racist president. You know, it's like today that he's depicting black people as monkeys with the power of the Oval Office backing him. It's today that there's a directive being given to the DHS to consider somebody's race in determining probable cause and finding out if they're an undocumented immigrant or not. You know, it's like today Donald Trump is saying that you could tell if an immigrant is good or bad based upon the way they look. It's today that Donald Trump is literally pulling from the Mein Kampf, saying that, undocumented immigrants are the poison of the blood of this nation. And, they're all here just to rape and kill, and we need to get them out immediately.
Okay, but what about in general for black people, whether it's Republican or Democrat in the who holds the presidency? We've gotten nothing. We've gotten nothing. What about our 40 acres and a mule that we were promised?
Yeah, so I definitely agree with you that and there hasn't been a single political party that's done enough, but I disagree with you saying that there hasn't been a single political party that's done nothing. You know, like for instance, I do think that the Civil Rights Act matters. I do think that more advancements towards equality through attempting to prevent federal agencies from, disenfranchising and firing a black person because they're black or not hiring a black person because they're black matters. I do think that attempting to error out socioeconomic discrepancies between, white Americans and black Americans via uplifting marginalized communities in this country matters. I think that the Voting Rights Act matters. I think that all of these things matter. And still yet nearly every single one of these things was opposed by who? The GOP conservatives.
By Israel, brother. By Israel. That's who runs our government, and you know that.
Okay, now you even want to have a conversation about Israel. Well, who's more pro-Israel, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Well, she accepted $5 million from AIPAC. He accepted $230 million from AIPAC. Donald Trump said that he's the most pro-Israel president we've ever seen. Benjamin Netanyahu said that Donald Trump is the best friend that Israel's ever had. And the moment Donald Trump walked into office, he relinquished sanctions on shipping 3,000-pound bombs to Israel that the Biden-Harris administration had introduced. And he literally started a war in their name going after Iran, as confirmed by Joe Kent, the ex-head of counterterrorism. Meanwhile, when Israel tried to get Joe Biden to start a war against Hezbollah by giving him false intel, he said, no, I'm not going to fight your battles for you.
Okay, but Joe Biden also sent billions of dollars to Ukraine, though.
Which was a good thing. Which was a good thing. Yes, we should.
So we have money to send to other foreign countries, but we can't take care of our citizens who are on our land right now. How is that a good thing?
Well, I think that we should be doing both simultaneously. While Joe Biden was sending like $30 billion a year to Ukraine because they're getting ethnically cleansed by Russia, he was also spending $220 billion on a Chips and Science Act to create upwards of 450,000 American jobs, spending $1 trillion on the infrastructure bill to renew infrastructure across this country to create new jobs in the process as well. You know, he had spent, $800 million on the PACT Act to give over 1 million new veterans access to healthcare that wasn't covered previously. Biden was doing both. In fact, I think that Biden had some of the best domestic policy that we've seen out of any administration in modern American history.
Dean, brother, I'm in law school right now, and you're telling me about a CHIPS Act that it did not help me in any way. How does it help a black man who was able to overcome systemic oppression and now is in law school, and I can barely afford food?
Okay. So yeah, if you want to specifically talk about members of the black community, the Biden-Harris administration 8x the funding to HBCUs. Donald Trump was giving HBCUs $500 million a year. Biden started giving them $4 billion a year. We also saw Biden's DEI initiatives once again in an attempt to prevent federal agencies from not hiring a black person because they're black, or to prevent federal agencies from firing black people because they're black. And we just generally saw downstream from their initiatives to protect women and girls' access to abortion, that this disproportionately benefited black women, or their initiatives to, attempt to solve income discrepancies in this nation to reduce income inequality, disproportionately benefited black individuals as well because of the previous reasons that I denoted.
Why should men be in women's sports?
Wow. Shit. We are just really changing the topic, aren't we?
We're going point by point.
I know. Do you have any response to those points that I just made, though?
I don't because okay. It's talking points. You're generically, you know what I mean? You're not really, how does it affect me here being in law school and can barely afford food, can barely afford rent? You know what I mean?
Okay, well, like for instance, you said if you could barely afford food, if you were to move to like what in New York City right now under Democratic rules, Zoran Mamdani, you'd be able to go to state-run grocery stores and get your groceries for a lot cheaper. I mean, the Democrats support expansions for social safety nets like food stamps and Section 8 to help individuals cover some of their rent or cover some of their food bill when they're in need. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's over here defunding them by like $200 billion and refusing to approve emergency expenditure on food stamps, even when legally required to. Like, well, what I'm saying here is that it seems to be the case that the left is at minimum better than the right. This doesn't mean that the left is perfect, and that's why I also advocate for more progressive reform within the Democratic Party.
But the left did not even get behind the mayor. They weren't behind him at first. They're so anti, like, just something is just like different, and it's not like the normal makeup of a Democrat. They weren't behind him at first,
and that's one of the things that I'd criticized the DNC for, was not for loudly endorsing Zohran Mamdani prior to him winning the primary or even the general election. And once again, that's the more progressive reform that I advocate for inside of the party. I interviewed Zohran Mamdani on my stream to help him try to get more visibility prior to the election, and then I interviewed the chairman of the DNC on my stream, and I was trying to get him to endorse Zohran Mamdani, and he did on my stream. He endorsed Zohran Mamdani before the general election.
And you notice when they were actually on the podium, all of those guys were asking, where are you going to go as soon as you're elected? Everyone said Israel except him. Everyone said Israel except him. Our government is bought by Israel, and you know this, brother.
Okay, well then uplift progressive voices. Bro, the GOP certainly not doing shit about Israel. Y'all got motherfuckers like Randy Fine saying that they didn't wash their hand after they shook Netanyahu's hand because they had to go touch the head of one of their children.
Brother.
Like, well, I know you're independent, but like clearly, if you want to fight against Israel, it seems to be the case that you should uphold progressive leanings, because the only people with political power today that want to do something about Israel and aren't Nazis would be the progressive politicians in this country. Like, legitimately, name one Republican on the right, okay, who's not pro-Israel, who's not like a Nazi like James Fishback.
Name one Democrat who's not, other than Mandandi.
Okay, myself, for instance. Or, like, for instance, there's a couple other good examples. We see individuals such as Zohran Mamdani, who you already said. We see that AOC doesn't endorse giving them... One moment. We see that AOC doesn't endorse giving them funding for their offensive interactions, but of course she still doesn't endorse some level of defensive interactions. We see that I should be able to remember his name because I've had him on my stream like 4 times. This is low-key fucked. The creator of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, whose names I'm just... Rokana, for instance, doesn't support Israel. Bernie, for instance, has a very much so preferable depiction on Israel in comparison to many other members of the DNC. Once again, here's a couple of examples of progressive politicians. And by the way, most of the progressive voices that do not support Israel are those gaining more traction within the Democratic Party that will hopefully be winning seats in the midterms next general election or even the midterm elections in 2030. Because that's the trend that we see within the Democratic Party. That's the trend that we see from progressives. But once again, if we want to go back to the right, okay, the only anti-Israel trend that we see from the right is just one in which then pushes them further right and pushes them into neo-Nazi territory, And quite frankly, like, I don't care if you are a pro-Israel GOP Zionist or an anti-Israel GOP Nazi, right? You are still very, very harmful. It seems like the only political push that this country has today towards an anti-Israeli worldview that then doesn't endorse like lynching black people, as James Fishback called on for in Florida, it's going to be from progressive politicians on the left. So I think that you, as an anti-Israel, pro-black community, pro-black community independent, should be endorsing more progressive voices. And endorsing progressive voices starts, okay, by stopping to support Trump.
I do, and it's more progressive individuals who are in the middle, not on the left, because the far left is just as wicked and lost as the far right, brother.
Well, funny enough, they're actually they're not in the middle, but they do appeal to the middle, which I think is very interesting.
Okay, next question. Why should women and men compete in the same sport?
Okay, you're asking me about why trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I just think that this topic is ultimately completely irrelevant to federal politics. Donald Trump has been accused of raping 3 times as many women as there is trans women competing inside of the NCAA. He's been found guilty of twice as many felonies, okay, and he's taken food stamps away from about 1 million times as many children than there is trans women competing inside of the NCAA. Like, at the end of the day, I just think that it's a topic irrelevant to federal politics. I think that it's a distraction. I think that the anti-trans agenda was manufactured by the GOP to steal more votes from the left. You could find clips of Donald Trump 10 years ago saying that he wouldn't care if Caitlyn Jenner were to use the women's restroom, so on and so forth.
Dean.
And I actually have a better question for you that's a little bit more relevant to federal politics.
Wait,
How do you feel about
My
not
follow-up
just
is
any
about-
man, but the president not just competing inside of a woman's sport, but actively barging into women's dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies, to then turn around and gloat about it to Howard Stern on a radio show?
It's certainly wrong. My last question is this: do you unequivocally support Black Americans receiving reparations? Yes or no?
I do support reparations, yes.
For Black Americans solely?
Yes.
Okay. Nice talk, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, just the last thing I'll add on about reparations, like, yeah, we clearly have socioeconomic discrepancies that we need to fix. I do endorse reparations. What would those reparations look like? Well, I think that we should first focus, okay, on like the discrepancies in the schooling system. Like, for instance, the average Black student is funded like half as much as the average white student in the public schooling system. I think one form of reparations that our country needed like fucking 50 years ago, or if not even before, would be to ensure that all students are equally funded regardless of their race. And that would be a great first step towards, bipartisan reparations for Black Americans, would be to specifically focus on further funding the education of Black students in school. But now you want to leave? Was that the end of the convo?
I mean, dude, I think we had a productive conversation. That's all I have right now. And remember, I'm independent. Like, I'm in law school right now, but I'm independent. I voted left this last election. You know what I mean? But I'm more so in the middle.
Support Trump. Okay. All right. Well, yeah,
No, dude, I said.
You have a good one, bro. You take care, man. Appreciate you for the dialogue. I mean, I obviously think that there's a lot of good points made there. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody, please and thank you. Make sure that you are indeed following the rules of the live stream. I would really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Otto, thank you so much for that Galaxy. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Otto. By the way, if you're watching the stream and you want to support me and the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. We got that next guest, Amanda Dickinson, loading up into the box. On Super Chat, I appreciate you so much for the $10 Aria, who says, my brother, what has Trump done for us? He barely even spent anything towards HBCUs. Republicans have barely helped us at all. You know things are wrong and you're willingly siding with predators. At the end there, he went on to say that he voted for Harris and maybe he doesn't actually support Trump. I don't know. He could have lied to us when he first joined up. Drew, thank you for the $5. Sonny, I appreciate you for the $25. I did thank you earlier. And then M, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you so much. M, we got the next guest, Lydia, loading up in the box as well. On PayPal, Fassi, thank you for the $5, who says, reporting for duty, Mr. Dean. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Kyrian, thank you so much for the $24 donation. Let's get 240 Kyrian W's in that comment section. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Kyrian. You are awesome. Huge shout out to Kyrian down below, who says, as a rape victim who got pregnant, I never thought of myself as a parent or a mother. So true. And I think that first guest who was arguing that you should think of yourself as a parent or a mother was crazy. I appreciate you for the $24. Then same thing to Samantha. I appreciate you for the $5 donation. Welcome in, Mike. For Trump. I don't know why I jumped.
I told you to get that motherfucking sissy bitch Parker to apologize about Mike. What happened?
Oh my God, you're still stuck on Parker?
We stuck on that shit until he's done. You feel?
God, okay, we're gonna go move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you are a Trump supporter, folks. Right now we have 10,000 viewers on the live stream, yet we only have 25 guest requests. I don't know what's going on today. I think that MAGA's dead. I think that this is just the end of the road for Trump supporters. So the first thing that I'll say is I do think that we have a restriction on today's live stream because last night, right when the live stream was ending, we did get a restriction for misinformation. Typically, the first stream or two after we get a misinformation restriction, even though the appeal was approved, our push out is limited. And this has just been the way it's always been on TikTok. Right after we get a restriction and we get our account access taken away, even if I get it back through an appeal, we still then get it limited. Okay, Jay's not a Trump supporter. I'm going to very politely ask all of the people inside of the queue who are not MAGA to please leave the queue. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I think that y'all are awesome, but today it just happens to be particularly hard to get the debates, so please respect the rules. Ben, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, Dean.
I'll take that as a yes. How old are you? Okay, you don't want to debate. That's MAGA, bro. They know that I'm smarter than them. They know that I'll fucking rock their shit in a debate. They know that they're absolutely fucking cooked. And all that they have is, fuck you, Dean. You know, all that they have is, I'm angry at you. I hate you. You anger me. You make me cortisol spike. But no debate. Ben, do better, bro. Do better, Ben. All right, you're an emotional Korean. Very embarrassing. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Looking for some Trump supporters. If that wasn't clear before, it better be now. Quite frankly, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Hi.
Janelle.
Yes, hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 12:37
Okay.
p.m.
What state are you in?
Nevada.
Nevada. Why do you support Trump?
I'm from from Russia. I'm sorry for my English. Give me a second. One moment.
Okay, I'm gonna...
No, kick me. I'm sorry, I'm lying.
Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, we got Crow the 29th floating up in the box. Guys, still looking for the next Trump supporter. Please and thank you. Please and thank you for all the rules of the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Crow? Buddy. Going once, going twice, banned and sold to the next guest. Oh, fuck! Crow! Hop back inside of that queue for me. You said yes right as I was kicking you. Crow, bro. Hop back inside of that queue for me. I'll get you up here, dude. Don't trip. Don't trip, Crow. I'll get you up here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Solo Travel and Tay. Do you support Trump? Going once. Going twice. Banned and sold to the next guest. Oh, wait. Crow's back inside of that box. We're going to go get them back up here. Hey. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18, June 1st, 2007.
And you're a liar.
Double check, maybe?
Nope. Not about your age, about your political affiliation. Do you know how I know that you're a liar?
No.
Because you have both my posts and edits of me reposted on your account. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, folks. We're going to go to put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. Please do follow them just so we can try to find some debates. Please do follow them. Welcome to Do You Support Trump?
I did not request. I'm so sorry.
No worries, man. You take care. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got J2 Wheels loaded up in the box. MI25. Hopefully this will be a debate, everybody. Yo, Serena! Oh my goodness, this came in literally 60 seconds ago. Serena, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. Serena, you've been so kind to me. Just know that I really appreciate the hell out of you. You are awesome, Serena. Serena with the 30 says, wanted to spread the good news that I got a full-time concert photographer job, and I appreciate everything that you do. Love you. Love you too, Serena. I'm so proud of you. I know that you've been working in concert photography for quite a while, and it's so good to see that you are excelling in your career. That is awesome. I'm so very proud of you. For everybody watching, while we're trying to find that next guest to debate, please show some love to Serena down below in that comment section.
Yeah,
huge shout out to Serena down below.
Dean,
all right, buddy, are you
Dean.
still cortisol maxing?
What, Dean?
Are you still cortisol maxing?
Shut your rich ass up, buddy.
Okay, I'm gonna take this as a yes. You are cortisol maxing. Do you want to give a reason why you think Trump is a good president?
Fuck you, buddy.
I'll take that as a no. All right. So, yeah, I'd recommend going and sitting in the corner for at least 10 minutes. I'd recommend maybe throwing 1 or 2 temper tantrums, maybe piss and shit in at least 1 diaper. And then once you get all of those big boy emotions out, we request love to have a dialogue. We're going to move on to the next guest, James. Sometimes they just need to get the energy out, if that makes any sense. James, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
My asshole stinks. It smells.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely a yes, because Trump supporters don't clean, might be why, don't clean themselves, don't shower, might be why it stinks. But, a little bit too crude of language to keep you on the live. Serena, I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. We're going to move on to the next guest. Chase, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Okay, Chase seems to be dealing with something unrelated to the stream, so we're just going to leave him be and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. We got the next guest, Leo, loading up in here. Steph, thank you so much for that, Galaxy. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Steph. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Jolly good.
What's that?
God is good. God is good.
God is good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. What time is it?
12:42.
And what state are you in?
I'm English, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, banned. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Follow the rules. I'm going to go ahead and start just banning people who are inside of the queue that I know to not be here for debates, everybody. I hate to do it, but unfortunately we got to. I see a couple troll accounts already, like Liv, you're in the queue. We're going to ban you. Mosey, you're not a Trump supporter. Amanda, you're not a Trump supporter. Oh, yeah, we're banning a bunch of people. We're banning a bunch of people just because, I already know a couple of the names in the queue. You guys are trolls who've been here before. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Not really. I wasn't really on.
All right, moving on to TJ. We're banning a bunch of people today. We're banning a bunch of people. TJ, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep. What's good,
Okay,
bruh?
we're 14. God damn, bruh. God damn, bruh. This sucks, man. This is rough. Well, I mean, we are we're out here in the deserted wasteland of what used to be a pro-Trump country. And by the way, this is a good thing. All right, I know I find it annoying, and that's just because it's just a bunch of people breaking the rules. But still yet, at the end of the day, everybody, this actually signifies a good thing, because all that it means is that there's less Trump supporters. Payne, are you MAGA? Okay, Payne left. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Oh, way less Trump supporters. Wow. Mo, do you support Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Mo, how old are you?
I am 32 years old.
Is there any other room in your house that you think you could go into without crying babies
I'm
on TV?
going somewhere it's a little more quiet.
No worries, Mo. Mo, I got a great first question for you. How the fuck can you still support this horrendous administration?
I just feel like with his foreign policy decisions that he's made, I'm a supporter because he's been an avid supporter of Israel. And me as a Zionist, I also support that.
Okay, so we just want to fight all their wars for them, kill kids in the Middle East for them, try to, I don't know what, overthrow the RGC for them. I don't know, man. I think that you as a true Zionist actually shouldn't support Trump because he's trying to negotiate a denuclearization agreement with Iran. Israel's always historically opposed denuclearization agreements with Iran. For instance, they red-lighted the JCPOA. Why? Well, it's because then it makes it harder to justify false flags to then attack them and their people. So
I understand that point, but I also feel like he's been probably supporting Israel more than other presidents.
By fighting their battles for them?
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what.
So it's
what I want.
So okay. So it's Israel first.
Israel first, America second.
Then why don't you move to Israel?
I think I shouldn't have to. I don't think I should. I feel like.
Well, I mean, if you're Israel first, why not?
Think about it this way: if I was Israeli, if I was an Israeli, person, wouldn't I rather have someone fight the battles for me? You know what I mean?
I think
advantage
that
of a situation.
So I think that American interests should come before Israeli interests.
No, I mean,
don't you agree that our legislators should first legislate on the basis of American interests?
They should, but Israel spends a lot of money to make sure that doesn't happen.
No, you know what? They do, and that's something that we should disagree with.
Maybe, but if our political system is set up Yeah, I mean, if our political system is set up in a way,
I think that
where
this guy's trolling.
if they could, if they're,
Yeah,
if
he's
the
trolling. He's trolling. We're gonna get the next guest, 912 Hog, loaded up in the box, only up inside of the queue. If you're a Trump supporter, please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you, Dean. You're awesome. I look up.
I really appreciate you so much for the kind words, Hog. I do apologize for cutting you off in the middle of your sentence. The only reason why I did cut you off in the middle of your sentence is because today we happen to be looking for Trump supporters to debate. And frankly, it's been quite hard to find Trump supporters to debate, my friend. But I hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. Take care. Welcome in, Tommy. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump. How's it going, Dean?
Oh, man, that stinks, brother. You need to stop supporting that jackass. It's going all right, though. Let me thank a couple people that'll pass you that mic. This just came in 2 minutes ago over on Venmo. Matthew, thank you so much for the $25 donation. He says Trump supporters are dropping like flies. I know, Matthew. Like, listen, if you guys want to prove that The Economist is right when they say, according to YouGov polls, Donald Trump is the least popular president in American history at this point in their term, look no further than these streams, okay? If you were to go back on my YT channel and look at a VOD from like a year ago, for instance, when we were already into Trump's second administration, my queue was loaded out the fucking ass with Trump supporters who wanted to come up here and give me a piece of their mind. Now, look at today. We are an hour and 15 minutes into the stream. We've had one debate, and like right now, we have 40 people inside of the guest requests. Nearly 11,000 viewers, 40 people inside of the queue. I'd go ahead and take a guess and say that at least 20 of those 40 people are minors. Another 10 of the 20 people remaining are trolls or non-Trump supporters, which means right now there might be maybe 10 Trump supporters out of the 11,000 viewers who want to debate me. So yeah, Trump is really unpopular, but I appreciate you for the $25, Matthew. Let's go to get 250 Matthew W's. Same thing to you, Safi. Thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. And Fasi, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Y'all are awesome. Once again, if you do want to support me, if you want to support the stream, if you want to ask a question or get a message across or just generally support us so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Now, Tommy, let's go ahead and start with a bang. Why do you support Trump as president, especially in consideration of his terrible character? I mean, dude's a liar, dude's a rapist, dude's a predator. What a mess.
Yeah, no, I think his character is absolutely deplorable, but I think for his economic policy, we are currently in a very aggressive economic world. I think that Harris's policies, not only did she not really have complete ones, but I think they were very weak. And Trump's policies, at least, are aggressive in going after what we need, which is to bring back investment back into America and stop the flow of oil into China. And I think while he's doing the Iran war very sloppily and he could have controlled this a lot better, I believe that, again, him being aggressive on an economic standpoint is a lot more beneficial for America in the long run than what Biden had planned, which was essentially nothing, or Harris in this case.
And that's for investment, right?
There's a lot of aspects into that. Hard investment on physical infrastructure is a different story. But again, we've gotten a ton. Well, I guess there you go. That's exactly what I was just referencing. The fixed infrastructure. But the big thing, again, is foreign investment. That's what's been coming in. Foreign investment is a lot different than just fixed infrastructure on manufacturing. That's not necessarily what I'm talking about.
So this is just the investment that's been poured into building manufacturing plants in America.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily just talking about manufacturing. Like we can talk about like AT&T, which is like wireless network and data infrastructure. You have Amazon, which is like Sorry, what did you say?
I was just saying when we look at this graph, it seems that we see quite a sharp downturn. Okay, so Biden's president, Q2 of 2021. When Biden walked into office, we had $66 billion invested into our manufacturing quarterly. Biden walks out of office, what do we see? We see that there was $151 billion invested into our manufacturing quarterly. So Biden increased our investment very significantly. I mean, look at that boom. And then what happens when Trump walks in? Every single financial quarter, it goes down. Down, 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 down. You know what? Even the last time I looked at this graph, it didn't have data from Q1 of 2026. But now it does. Q1 of 2026, it went down again. Right? There's no way that this president could be good for investment into our market. Because when we look at investment into manufacturing, which is probably of utmost importance and could be portrayant of elsewhere in the American economy, it's only gone down every single quarter.
Sure. It's for specifically manufacturing that, again, like I am conceding the point that is most likely down. We haven't got any sort of, again, with the new investments with the manufacturing specifically. But again, on an outside basis, there's a lot more investment that is going into the American economy that isn't just manufacturing. Also, manufacturing is now being heavily automated and is now essentially being focused all on robotics. So I don't necessarily think that us investing into an infrastructure for manufacturing is like us investing in the American people and getting jobs. Because again, that is like Amazon, per se, has now a current 1-to-1 worker to robot ratio for their manufacturing and for what they're developing, because they don't want to invest in human workers in manufacturing. And again, that's where we're seeing different investment coming in. That's why Trump is trying to get jobs back from China that we can win back. It's not necessarily infrastructure investment thing. Because again, if you want to point out specifically for manufacturing, like I said, that's a very nuanced story. I'm pulling it back to a broader photo, that foreign investment, that is what is really important, because even if China is not necessarily going to
Where's this foreign investment gone?
We've had like the UAE has pledged $1.4 trillion, Japan $1 trillion.
For what?
For like AI infrastructure build outs. We've had economic exchanges. Japan had a bunch of like different U.S. industries. I'm not like exactly sure all of them. There was a bunch of different ones, specifically NVIDIA as well. I think that's one of the most important ones, is locking them down for the future. They are essentially going to be one of the forefronts.
Is NVIDIA not a manufacturer?
Well, again, it depends on what your manufacturing is looking at. Again,
well, yeah, they manufacture computer chips, GPUs.
Well, they design the chips. I'm not sure if they're the ones necessarily producing it themselves. But NVIDIA is guaranteeing all that design investment is still going to be in America. So I think that is very, very important.
Okay. Well, we don't see that represented anywhere in the economy. Job reports are going to shit. GDP growth is down by % year over year. Inflation for manufacturers is up 3.4% in the month of February alone. I mean, investment in manufacturing is terrible. Unemployment and layoffs are at an all-time high since the pandemic. We just don't seem to see your argument represented anywhere in our marketplace.
But again, I think that was my point, that Biden really didn't have exactly a plan. Again, the CHIPS Act was great, but he had no...
Why are we talking about Biden? Can we just talk about the fact that seemingly your argument is just represented nowhere in our economy, because every single macroeconomic variable, including specific data about investment into manufacturing, is significantly worse off today under Trump?
Well, Trump also did inherit a pretty bad economy. I mean, he came in with a very bad job market. The job market has been very weak now for over 2 years. So I don't think all job loss can be accredited to Trump. I think Trump isn't helping it per se necessarily. But I think he is trying to do things, especially for the child tax credit. We've also had
You think that the job market was bad in 2024?
Well, I mean, there was, I believe, we were told we created over 800,000 jobs, and the real creation was less than 300,000.
No, in 2024, the U.S. economy added 2.2 million jobs, and that's the revised data.
I mean, that's the full revised data. I mean, what was it given before? Again, I think that's the real important aspect of what we're...
No, what's important is how many jobs did we add in 2024? We added 2.2 million. Buddy, do you know how many jobs we added in 2025? 170,000. That's less than the monthly average under Biden in 2024 for a full year. And you're going to sit here and tell me that Biden walked into a bad job market?
But, well, again, the job market
Trump walked into a bad job market?
I mean, again, the job market has been deteriorating from a lot of different aspects. The AI boom has been coming at jobs from a ton of different aspects. And I think that's what's important, is how can we guarantee investment instead of going overseas and AI taking our jobs at home? How can we guarantee that to be domestic investment? And again, that was kind of what I'm coming in on. That was my point.
Without the word vomit, can you just very clearly respond to the simple data I gave you? You're trying to muddy the water by speaking fast with a bunch of words. You cannot say that Donald Trump walked in to a bad economy with bad job growth when in 2024 under Biden, we added 2.2 million jobs, amounting to an average monthly gain of 186,000 jobs. Then in 2025 under Trump, over the whole year, we added 170,000 jobs. In 12 months under Trump, we added less than what was added on average in 1 month under Biden. That's not just Donald Trump walking into a bad job market and then seeing a continuation of the same trend that was true under Biden. No, that was Donald Trump walking into an explosive job market and completely throwing it off kilter.
I would agree for the healthcare, especially, again, like the healthcare, we added, I believe, over 900,000 jobs in 2024. And government specifically, we added over 400,000 jobs, I believe, for 2024 or something like that. I think those jobs are very important. And I think that's what Doge kind of failed on, was finding out where those jobs we maybe had a lot of waste going on in the government where that could have been cut down. I think Doge was a complete failure, though. I think Doge could have done a lot better, but I think the ambitions, again, from the Trump administration were a lot more proactive than what Harris was going for, which, again, Trump wanted to actively cut out fraud from the federal government level. I don't think he did it the best way possible, but, again, I think he had a plan that Harris just did not really have, and I think that's important for the American people to be focusing on, is corruption in our government as well.
So now you want to talk about corruption in our government. Okay, let's get corruption out of our government. Let's start by booting the rapist felon out of the Oval Office. Let's start by booting the guy out of the Oval Office that's infringed on our Constitution or threatened to infringe on our Constitution 7 or 8 times in the last 12 months. Let's get the guy out of government that gave full and complete presidential pardons to fraudsters and violent domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol. How about that?
I do think there's a lot of ground for impeachment. I would agree. I don't think Trump is really upholding the Constitution as strongly as a president should. I would say a lot of things that are happening right now in the world are also unprecedented. So I think that's another thing to take into consideration.
Well, I mean, could you just respond directly to my point? You said that you want to get corruption out of government. Can we agree that Trump is corrupt?
Yes, I mean, I think we can agree that Trump is corrupt, and I think it goes
premise number one. Premise number one, we need to get corruption out of the government. You accept this premise because it's what you argued. Okay. Premise number 2, Trump is corrupt. You accept this premise. You just told me that less than 10 seconds ago. Conclusion, we need to get Trump out of government. Do you accept the conclusion?
I mean, I did say that I don't really agree with Trump on a personal level as well. I think that's a big reason for why we could look at
Could you just tell me if you accept or reject the conclusion, please?
I am saying that I am accepting the conclusion. I don't really think that Trump is a face for someone who I would say is like uncorrupted for sure. But again,
perfect. So then you're not a Trump supporter because you think we should get Trump out of government.
I guess to that basis, but again, on his economic policy, I think that is a lot stronger than Biden's, and that's where I kind of stand.
Yeah, we've already went over that. I mean, he walked into a booming job market and it went to shit. I mean, we walked into booming manufacturing investment and it went to shit. But I mean, that aside, I'm here to debate Trump supporters, and you just accepted that you're not a Trump supporter. So should I move on to the next guest, Tommy?
I guess. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate your time.
You take care, Tommy. We're going to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. You know, God, guys, I think this is why Trump supporters are a little bit scared of debating me. That guy was, admittedly, much more informed than the average Trump supporter. I mean, look at everything he had to say about the specifics of economics, foreign investment, bringing back our economy, right? And he ended up conceding. He agreed that we should get Trump out of government. So it's like for everybody else, I maybe that's why they're scared of joining, man. It has to be, right? It has to be why they're scared of joining. I'm not going to call you baby girl. Is there any other name that you prefer? Madison. Madison, do you support Trump?
I do, but I was in the process of actually commenting something because I believe that you can support Trump, but not agree with everything he does.
Yeah, so I agree that you could support somebody without agreeing with everything that they do. However, I think that there's a handful of things that Donald Trump has done that are literally so fucking terrible that they would serve as a red line and prevent you from supporting them ever again.
I agree that could be a possibility, but as
Can I prove it?
I do. I'm sorry?
Can I prove it?
This is your life.
Okay. Yeah, rape and sexual violence are sufficiently wrong to never support somebody that engages in those actions. Donald Trump has admitted to sexual violence by admitting to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women, and Donald Trump has been found guilty of rape, i.e. the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll rape case that concluded in 2023.
So I am a survivor of rape, and I personally did not know that about Trump.
We could go through the specifics if you'd like.
If you would like to educate me, I'm all ears.
So in 2019, E. Jean Carroll, that's the name of a woman, she launched a lawsuit against Donald Trump for defamation and rape or sexual abuse. The reason why E. Jean Carroll launched this lawsuit is because she wrote a book, and inside of this book, it included her involvement in the Me Too movement and included an accusation against Trump of rape. This book then exploded across, mainstream media. Everybody started talking about it. And in a response, Donald Trump responded to her by calling her insane, calling her a liar, defaming her, harming her reputation, and it got her fired from her job. So, of course, we have a legal system in this country that prevents people from telling such damning lies. E. Jean Carroll then turned around and sued Donald Trump for his damning lies, right? Had to prove defamation. But in order for E. Jean Carroll to prove that he defamed her, she'd have to prove that he raped her. Because if she can't prove that he raped her, then she can't prove that he defamed her. So she also sued him for rape. We then saw a 3-year discovery period where various forms of evidence were submitted to the case, ranging from her own testimony to the testimony of a therapist, testimony of 4 of her friends, the dress that she was raped in, Donald Trump's lies and inconsistencies. He said that he never met her. She then responded with a picture of them together. And Donald Trump's prior aggressions, such as in 2005 when he said he could just rob any woman by their vagina without asking first, when that's what the jury proved that he did to her. And the fact that in 2005 on Howard Stern's radio show, he admitted that when he would own beauty pageants in the 90s and early 2000s, he'd just barge in to the dressing rooms at those beauty pageants and look at the naked bodies of the people competing. Right? For all these reasons, the unanimous jury of 9 agreed with E. Jean Carroll and ruled that he raped her.
Okay, so with that being said, was he ever, you said that there was books about it or articles about it. Was he actually ever charged?
Yeah, like he was found guilty in a civil court, yes.
So would you agree that you could separate somebody's political private behavior from their public performance?
Their private behavior from their political public performance, I think is what you mean to say. In some circumstances, yes. In some circumstances, no. In most circumstances, no. Because I think that it's an individual's character that's going to drive the way that they would legislate, right? Like, for instance, if somebody's character dictates that they are super racist, okay, well, then they're probably going to drive legislation that, disenfranchises minorities. If somebody's personal character dictates that they're super misogynistic, okay, well, then that's probably going to drive their public policy to, not support women's access to abortion. If somebody's personal character dictates that they're apathetic and care about nobody other than themselves, i.e. they're willing to rape people, it's probably going to dictate that while serving as a legislator, they're going to legislate only in their self-interests, which may explain why Donald Trump tried to install himself for a second term on J6.
Okay, so following that, I'm going to ask if you feel that it's possible to believe that his economic, immigration, and judicial or foreign policy positions matter more than what he's being accused of, or would that draw a line for you? I mean, you kind of already answered that, but can I get your viewpoint on that?
So first, it's not what he's being accused of, it's what he's either admitted to or been found guilty of. For second, his immigration policy just hurts this country. And for third, his economic policy just hurts this country. And for fourth, his foreign affairs just hurt this country. See, that's the thing, is a lot of Trump supporters will try to argue that the grandeur of his policy and public initiatives overrule the harm of his character. But see, the thing is they just amplify the harm of his character because his policies only hurt people. Take mass deportation, for instance, okay? Because he doesn't care about other people, now he's having Venezuelan immigrants illegally deported in violation of their 4th and 14th Amendment rights with no due process to be beaten and tortured, literally, in Secot in El Salvador. Because he doesn't care about other people, he doesn't care that mass deportation is bringing about the dark ages of the American economy, tanking GDP growth, tanking the job market, taking real median wages and costing a shit ton of money. He's doing it anyways because it may get him more support amongst a prejudiced white voter base.
So going back to the argument with the guy who was up here previously about the whole job situation, I'm trying to word this correctly so it makes sense. Do you not agree that without the wall or without the border and all these rules that are being put in place, that those people who are coming over here and taking those jobs from us, that isn't causing problems?
So, undocumented immigrants. Do I think that the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country hurt the country? No.
I can kind of see where you're coming from, but in a sense, they are causing we're in debt, whether you agree with me or not, and I do believe that it is because previous to what he's doing, those people who are coming over here are taking those jobs from us, and the money is going places that it shouldn't versus where it should be used properly. And as far as the border, I think that what he's doing, that a stronger enforcement would reduce illegal crossings and it would put a stop to human trafficking in some sense, which is a big, big issue right now. And it was an even bigger issue when he wasn't in office. Would you not agree?
So to respond to your first point about saying that we are in debt because of undocumented immigrants, they steal jobs, didn't spend the money improperly, I disagree. According to the IRS, they pay over $100 billion in taxes per year. Okay, and according to the American Immigration Institute, they input $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year. Okay, that money goes back into our economy. And then the money that doesn't go back into our economy that's sent home as a form of remittance, okay, is not exclusive to undocumented immigrants. We also see that same thing to be true of legal immigrants. Yet when we look at all immigrants in this country, they're actually significantly less likely to be reliant on social safety nets and more likely to pay more in taxes. And they have generated a $14.3 trillion economic surplus over the course of the last 30 years, and that's according to a study done just weeks ago by the Khalil Institute. That's not left-leaning. In fact, they're right-leaning because they're libertarian.
Okay. I had something I wanted to bring up. I do apologize. I am sick, so I was kind of taking notes while you were debating with other people. I wanted to bring up, it had to do with the immigration, because I do feel like I struggle when it comes to, like I said, I can support somebody, but I don't have to agree with everything that they're doing.
I mean, do you think that there's literally anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
I do believe that there is.
What's an example of something that Trump could do? Well, yeah, where would you draw the line? What's something Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
I personally, like I had to explain before when I asked if he was actually charged with stuff, I did not know that. And as somebody who was assaulted, that's where I'm kind of like, now I feel stupid for being up here. But
yeah, to answer this question, what's something Trump could do that'd make you stop supporting him as president? It's really hard for you to answer that question. You can't say rape. Okay, he did rape somebody. You can't say murder. Okay, well, what about the 160 girls in Iran?
No, that's exactly where I would draw the line, and I did not know that.
Oh, okay.
Because as an assaulter, that's disgusting to have somebody like that in office. And I'm a victim of that. I have a child from that.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
And like I said, now I just feel stupid for being up here because I did not know that.
Well, listen, don't feel stupid for learning something new. All right, I think that we could all learn something new from time to time. I guess I appreciate you for coming up here. Yeah, please go and research that Trump v. E. Jean Carroll rape case. Okay, it's very, very, very important.
I will definitely do that. I appreciate you letting me up here.
Yeah, you have a good one, okay?
You too.
All right, we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter here, folks. All right, who is next? This next guest is named J2 Wheels. It looks like we have a couple people to thank here. We have around 4 people to thank. First and foremost, Miss Nicole. This donation came in around 10 minutes ago on PayPal. Thank you for the $10. That is very, very, very kind of you. Nicole with the $10 says, this is for helping distract me from my heartbreak. My boyfriend left me in a cheap hotel with my belongings and garbage bags. Oh, man. Thank you for speaking truth and facts versus delusion. And trust me, bros, keep it up. I wish you the very best of luck bouncing back, Nicole. I understand how hard that could be in many circumstances, but just know that I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Borg. Oh, my goodness, Borg. Thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal. Borg, that is a huge donation. Thank you so much for the love. Oh, my God, dude. Show some love to Borg down below. $50 is a shit ton of money. That goes a very long way where I live. Just know that I'm very, very thankful from you from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you for the huge, huge, huge donation. Huge shout out to Borg. That is B-O-R-G. Let's get 500 Borg W's. Thank you so very much, man. As well, Chevelle with the $5. And yes, hi to you. And your kitty, Mr. Pickles. That's awesome. Hey, Kristen, that is Kristin. This is the last donation I have to thank for now on Venmo with the $10. Who says donating because your voice is so important today, as hate and willful ignorance seem to be winning. Well, just know that I really appreciate you for the $10, Kirsten. What we do here is very important, okay? Because it helps to get more people on board with the right side of history, and I'm just hoping that it pays off for the midterms. Constance, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says thank you for putting the work in and having the hard conversations. I try my very best, Constance. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for supporting the stream. Laura T, thank you for the $10. Beam, thank you for the 10. And with all that being said, we are all caught up on the donors. If you guys do want to support me in the live stream, get a message across, ask a question, or just support us so we can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link to in the bio on TikTok, pin message over in the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. J2 Wheels, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, she's a better singer than you, bro. Pipe down. I'd cut the crap, okay? You're not American Idol material, buddy. Moving on to the next guest, quite frankly. Moving on. Only happens out of the queue if you're MAGA. You guys know the rules. Alrighty. This next guest's name is Junior. Come up here, buddy. Come up here, Junior. Hello, Junior. Do you support Trump? Junior! Junior! Do you support Trump, my friend? Going once. Going twice. Banned and sold to the next guest. What the fuck are we doing? Alright, where's the next guest at? Okay, this person's name is Haley. Haley, if you're not in MAGA, just don't accept the request to join. We're just looking for Trump supporters, Haley. Haley, do you support Trump?
I'm so sorry. It would not let me unrequest.
No worries. If you're like Haley and you're in that queue and you're not MAGA, please do leave now. Please do leave now. This just came in. Thank you, Max, for the $20 on Super Chat. Huge shout out to you, Max. Let's get 200 Max W's for the 20. Appreciate you for supporting the stream, man. Max with the 20 says progressives will save this country from one Colorado guy to another, Dean. Keep fighting. Same thing to you, Max. Thank you so much for the $20, and I could not agree with that sentiment more. Huge shout out to Max down below. Yo, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, you?
I don't. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay, and banned. The rules are, by the way, right there. You can see that you got to be 18 plus or else you'll be banned. Quite frankly, thank you for the $10. Who says, as a federal employee, I had to change my party's affiliation due to Doge. Still blue, though. Yeah, man, bro. Doge really was an instrument of terror for federal employees. Oh, God. What a mess. What a fucking mess. Same thing to you, Lindsay. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. Appreciate you for the $10. Appreciate you so much, Lindsay. Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. We're all caught up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jada, hello? Jada, going once and banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here's Amanda. We got Amanda loading up in. Yo! Oh my God! I don't know if it's Diana or Deanna. I'm gonna call you Deanna because that's what it looks like. Deanna, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. That is some wild, wild shit. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Deanna. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so very much, dude. Show some love to the queen, Deanna, down below in that comment section. One might say Princess Deanna, Diana, right? Thank you so much for the $100, Deanna. That is D-E-A-N-A. Deanna, thank you so very much for the love and support. That is way too much money. That is so fucking kind of you. Genuinely, I will never understand why some individuals choose to be so incredibly kind and support us to such an insane extent. I'm just so very grateful, and I'll never take it for granted. Thank you, Deanna. Deanna with the $100 says, supporting your life for doing the hard work. My heart just breaks for the last guest, and we're not knowing who she voted for. I bet that she will be voting progressive come the midterms. I don't know. Just I could tell based upon the tone of her voice. And I'm realizing now that it may not be Deanna. It could be Dina. It probably is Dina. And I feel like I should know that. I feel like I should know that we pronounce her name Dina because it's just Dean with an A at the end, and my name is Dean. I feel really stupid right now. I admittedly, I feel very stupid right now. Dina, thank you so much for the $100. What a blunder. What a fucking blunder. I'm so happy that we happen to be shadow banned today. Shit. Yeah, I'd rather like 15,000 people see that than 25. Oh, what a blunder. Yikes. Welcome in, Tyson. Do you support Trump?
No, but I don't support you scamming retards for Venmo, so.
Okay, well, you're banned because you dropped the R word. But apparently I'm scamming people for donations. I'm scamming people for donations. Dina, you just got scammed, okay? I fucking scammed you. Get got, dude. Get fucking pushed, Dina. I just reached my hand into your bank account and out came my hand from the goodie jar holding $100 bill. Wow. Psh, shit, dude. We're on top of the game today. Yo, listen. Another scam victim just came through. Victim just came through. Holy shit. Shout out to Janae for the $10 who says, I appreciate everything that you do in these debates. Even when you don't win people over, I will often learn something new or might just be reminded of the specific facts I might not know otherwise. Well, I'm happy that the debates can help you learn something new. That's awesome. I'm happy that I could scam you. P5, do you support Trump?
Yes, dude.
How old are you?
19, dude.
Yeah, bro, I don't believe you. Get the fuck out of here. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go get that next guest, Devin, loaded up at the queue right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. What are we doing? Hello, welcome in, Devin. Do you support Trump?
Hey, how you doing there, Dean Withers? I don't support Trump, but I think you'd be doing something with your life that's much more useful than arguing Trump supporters, and I think you should focus on getting people to support the Democratic side by giving persuasive, cogent, and cohesive arguments of why they should support the Democratic side instead of bashing Trump. So
Did you know?
suggestion to you.
Did you know
Go
that
ahead.
before a Trump supporter will vote for a Democrat, they first must be convinced that Trump is a bad president?
No, I didn't know that. Has your experience proven that in these debates? Because I see you debating against Trump, but I think you have very good arguments. I don't see you
It's simple. I
supporting-
could prove that with ease. Okay? If somebody thinks that Trump is a good president, then they will support movements to allow his presidency to move more fluidly to be able to do what they want. Okay? So when we look at the midterms, we have two options. You vote for a Republican to enable Donald Trump to do whatever he wants because you like what he's doing, or you vote for a Democrat to restrict Donald Trump from doing what he wants because you don't like what he's doing and you want to hold him accountable. Okay? So if you are a fan of President Trump, then you're going to be voting for Republicans come midterms because Republicans come midterms are going to be the people who are going to embolden Trump to do what he does, and you like what he does.
Good point. The thing is this, though. I receive a whole bunch of mail, actual mail, and by home bashing Trump and saying how bad he is and run and vote in the midterms for the Democrats. But I don't see anything of them telling you why you should vote or what they're... Now, actually, I know more about the policies that they support than the people who are Trump bashers can actually educate me on.
By the way, that is in of itself good enough reason to vote for Dems in the midterms. Just simply the fact that the Democratic Party is the only party who's willing and wants to attempt to hold Trump accountable. That in of itself is more than enough reason to vote for Dems in the midterms. But we do both here, okay? Like, we also go through, like, the individual reasons why progressive policies are a good thing. But I'm going to kick you because, what are we looking to talk? Who are we looking to talk to? We're looking to talk to specifically Trump supporters who are willing to come up here and give us an argument insofar as why they think Trump is a good president. Folks, I will repeat, if you want to support me, if you want to get scammed like Dina, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers, just WITHRS. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? They're not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. I don't think that we have too many Trump supporters today, everyone. I don't think that we have too many Trump supporters at all. We're going to get that next guest, Jordan, loading up into the box right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jordan, going once, going twice, sold to the next guest because you're not here. Would you guys actually just let me know if you're a Trump supporter in that comment section? like, dude, could you let me know if you're a Trump supporter in that comment section? Where are all the MAGAs at, dude? Let me know. Okay, there's a bunch of people saying me. There's a bunch of people saying yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, well then get in the queue. For instance, Laura Lily 3. I just sent you an invite to join. You should join. You should accept that invite. You should come up here, okay, and have a dialogue. For all the people okay, that just said they are MAGA in that chat, and you guys mean it, all right, go ahead and join the guest request.
Hello, my friend.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
Okay. We're looking for Trump supporters from America. I should have specified that. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad, G. Holy. What are we doing? I think that we're... Honestly, guys, we might restart the stream. See if that
I
works.
know we got to, right? Like no quality, just a bunch of quantity.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What was that?
Are you a Trump
Sorry,
supporter?
I was trying to discern quality, and I was just hearing repetitive sounds in my mind.
You okay?
Do I support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, the circle of life, of course.
The circle of life?
Yeah, I thought Trump wasn't he like gifted to us, kind of, or was that Kamala? My bad.
Who
I got
do you
that
think?
mixed up.
Who do you think Trump was gifted to us by?
I thought he posted on his social media.
Oh, you're trolling.
I don't know. He's touched by the heavens.
Yeah, okay. All right. Gracie, I appreciate you for that money gun. That's very, very kind of you. You know what, folks? We're going to go ahead and rip that Band-Aid off and try a quick restart. It's a risky maneuver, but I think it's going to work on our benefit. Now, the reason why I say I think a restart is going to work in our benefit is because, like I told y'all earlier, the first stream after we get a restriction is always restricted. And last night, right as we were ending the stream, we got a restriction for misinformation. Okay? Then inevitably, that took my access away from going live for a week. I appealed that restriction. The appeal was approved, so I got account access back today. But even though I got account access back today, okay, we're still obviously struggling to bring Trump supporters in. I'm hoping that a restart on the live stream will help this, because it has in the past. Folks, we still have a couple more hours worth of debates. I would really appreciate it above and beyond if y'all came back. Clearly, you are here for a reason. Okay, this will not affect anybody on YouTube, by the way. This is just for people on TikTok. You're here for a reason. I hope that reason is to watch debates or to debate me. You can come back after the restart. And it's not like it'll take me 2 minutes to restart the stream. It takes me 3 seconds. Last time I timed it literally took 3 seconds. So here's how to come back, okay? Because you probably need to know that. It's pretty relevant. Hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of the phone screen. It'll be a little red cross. That'll make you follow my account. You hit that follow button. Even if you don't want to follow me, you could just unfollow me when you're back, okay? Because then you'll be able to find the live in your following feed. Now, the fastest way to come back following a restart is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended and it'll show you my profile picture. Click on the profile picture, you'll be on my account page. And then wait 10 or 15 seconds. Refresh the account page. You'll see this red go live orb around the profile picture and click on that. And if when you refresh, you don't see that red orb around the profile picture, wait another couple seconds and refresh again. Because sometimes, although it takes me 3 seconds to restart, it takes another 10 seconds on top of that just to send the new stream out to the audience. So we're going to go and do that now. Hopefully this is a maneuver that will get us more Trump supporters to debates. See y'all shortly. I lied to TikTok, by the way, the YouTube audience. Somebody came up earlier and got me 2 flags, so I had to restart. But I just didn't want to tell them because it'll incentivize more people to troll. So... let's go, dude. The grift of a century, the grift of a century. Hello, welcome back into the stream, everybody. It's good to see you all. Appreciate y'all so much for tuning back into the live. How we doing, everybody? How we doing, everybody? Go ahead and make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen for me. Share out this live with a handful of friends. Y'all already know it. Make sure to repost it as well on your feed. That'll really help us send this stream out to even more people. How cool is that? How cool is that? Now, I'm going to ask you guys very kindly to not join the guest requests unless you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Follow those rules. Please and thank you. We're going to go ahead and try to get the very first guest up of the day, so only up inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest up in the box now. Here we go, everyone. Let's go ahead and get this guest loaded up into the box. Here we go. By the way, welcome back in. We already have 5,000 people tuned back into the stream. Already 50% of the people that were watching before came back. That's beautiful. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here, so we're going to go to kick them out and move on to the next guest.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, hi. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah.
And how old are you?
34.
How do I pronounce your name?
Young. Pancho.
Pancho, okay. All right, man. And why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life? Just want to vomit everywhere, low key.
Good for the economy.
Oh, God. Well, that's such a lie. Do you think that the economy is better off today or 2024 when Biden was president?
2020 was the best economy we ever had.
In 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Recession. Depression. So, cap. But answer my question. Do you think that the economy is better off today under Trump, or do you think it was better off in 2024 under Biden?
Today. Gas prices are especially great today.
Okay, so gas prices are around $2 higher today. No, $1.50 higher today than they were in 2024.
Yeah. They're still pretty cheap.
No, not by any means. They're actually around 45 cents cheaper today than the highest gas prices that Americans have ever paid at the pump in the history of this country. And that might seem like a lot. No, that's a very small margin.
Shit. So do you think it would be cheaper under Kamala?
Kamala? Yeah, of course, because she wouldn't have started a war which led to the Strait of Hormuz getting shut down.
Okay. Yeah, many other reasons why I should... Why is that?
Because, I mean, dude, you just said that the gas prices are cheaper today? Bro, than they were, like, at the end of the... And then I gave you the data, and then you just completely ignored it? Like, bro, get out of here.
What are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here. Pearl, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Dude, come on, bro. You're better than that. You're a grown-ass man. You know better than that.
I mean, how many wars did he stop last year? 8?
Oh, he stopped 8 wars last year alone. Can you name all 8?
Pakistan and India.
Okay, already wrong. That was mitigated via the mutual nuclear threat, so.
Well, no, he stopped ceasefire for sure, which stops the war.
The influence that prevented further war was the the mutual threat of destruction. Okay, how about you just name the other 7? How about that?
Iran, Israel as well. We did that one.
No, bro. Are you talking about his ceasefire agreement?
And then Iran started.
You understand that Israel violated that ceasefire agreement less than 24 hours after signing into law by, like, you know, sending even more missiles back into Iran, hitting apartment buildings. So, okay, next.
Yeah, so he stopped it. I mean, the Pakistan, Iran.
Well, I mean, he started it. So.
Pakistan.
Listen, even if we were to assume. Even if we were to assume that he did stop the Israeli-Iranian war last year, okay, that's just like, you know, him shitting on his hand, throwing it at the wall, then cleaning it up again. Like, because he started that. But, I mean, no, are we at war with Iran today? Yes. Is Israel at war with Iran today? Yes. So it seems like, okay, you know, that didn't work. So, next.
Well, it's pretty much over. I mean.
It's pretty much over? The war's over right now?
Like, in the next couple of weeks it will be, yeah.
Oh, okay. Not according to the CIA, because the CIA says that Iran could actually withstand the economic suppression for another 3 to 4 months. But even if you were right and it was just another 3 to 4 weeks, then that means that the war isn't over because it's still ongoing for another 3 to 4 weeks. And by the way, he started this war on the foundation of a lie. I just want to call that one out.
Well, by Israel, you're saying, right?
Joe, thank you for the tiny daddy. No, what he started this war over was the lie of the claim that they're an imminent nuclear threat. The official published release from the White House says that we need to go to war with Iran because they're an imminent nuclear threat. Nuclear threat.
Okay.
They weren't. That was a lie, bro.
Well, I mean, we both don't know the actual intelligence.
We actually do. We actually do. Yes, we do. We do.
Like, these governments know a lot more than we do.
Oh, no. Actually, on this topic, they don't. Why? Well, because the leader of U.S. intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, was forced to testify in front of Congress under penalty of perjury. She can't lie. And she was asked if we completely obliterated the nuclear program months ago. She said yes. She was asked if they've even started on rebuilding them since, and she said no. So, yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of other intelligence that they have and are withholding from us, but at the bare minimum, the with intelligence that they have that they've given to us is sufficient in proving that Donald Trump lied when he said that they were an imminent nuclear threat, because they weren't.
But they have been for how many years? 35 or 40 years?
It's impossible to be an imminent threat for 40 years. That's like saying that a circle can be a square, because an imminent threat is an immediate threat.
Well, someone had to do it eventually, right?
Someone had to lie and say that they're an imminent threat to start a war eventually.
You can't just let terrorism just live.
Oh, by the way, that's also not true. Like, they haven't been even a nuclear threat for the last 30 years, because Obama did it. He got them to stop making nukes with a peace agreement, and then Trump tore it up.
Is that when Obama was deporting everybody with ICE?
Yeah, that's what he was, just deporting everybody with ICE. Nice pivot. Can you respond to the claim?
Which claim?
Yeah, the claim that you said that they've been a nuclear threat for 40 years. No, because Obama did something about it. He prevented them from being a nuclear threat by entering into the JCPOA, which prevented them from constructing nuclear weapons. Obama did something about it.
Yeah, Obama, he was trying to protect the country from, putting the walls, like putting the borders down, and
Pivot.
Trump is going to.
You're lost. You're lost, buddy. He's lost. He's so lost. He's so lost. This is, by the way, the reason why he's trying to run away from this argument is very clear, because it's a hard one to beat. He's saying that we need to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. Bro, that's exactly what Obama did. And then the agreement that prevented Iran from having nuclear weapons was torn up by Trump. He didn't even tear it up for any good reason. He tore it up because it had Obama's signature on it. If you genuinely think that Iran is this imminent nuclear threat because they're a state sponsor of terror building nuclear weapons, well, then you have Trump to thank for that, because Donald Trump greenlit Iran into constructing those nuclear weapons. This means that Donald Trump greenlit the largest state sponsor of terror into building weapons that we know they're going to use to kill us all. I mean, that alone should be disqualifying from ever supporting Trump as president again, and at the bare minimum, at least, never trusting his judgment about foreign policy ever again.
There's no way that could be true.
Yeah, it is so true. You could look it up online. I mean, them pulling out of the JCPOA was announced by the Trump admin.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, on God. I'll show you it right here. My friend. Don't worry. We got the data. We got the sources. We got it all. Quite frankly, yes, we do. President Donald J. Trump is ending United States participation in an unacceptable Iran deal. The Iran deal was one of the worst and most one-sided transactions the United States has ever entered into, protecting America from a bad deal. President Donald J. Trump is terminating the United States participation in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA, with Iran, and reimposing sanctions lifted under the deal.
Well, are they going to sign the deal or no?
They did sign the JCPOA. We were in it for years.
Yeah, at least we had a president that got in there and they actually got it done.
That was Obama. Obama got it done.
No, Trump did.
You don't think that the JCPOA prevented them from building nukes?
Doesn't look like it. I mean...
Okay. What's your evidence that the JCPOA did not prevent Iran from building nukes? You have no evidence because you're a cult member. Dude, you're legit tripping over your own feet. This is crazy.
What? I mean, how do I even know what you just said is real?
Because I literally showed it to you on screen from archives.whitehouse.gov.
Yeah, is that fact checked?
Yes. That's the administration announcing that they were pulling out of this deal. Yeah.
You're pretty good at pulling stuff up.
I know, because I'm pretty good at researching the claims that I make before I
you're
claim
good
them.
at that, yeah. I'll give you that. You're good at doing that. I mean, yeah.
You seem to be stun-locked?
No.
No? Didn't concede.
No, I mean...
That Obama got it done. Obama prevented Iran from having nukes, and then Trump ripped that agreement up.
No, you're just good at twisting it. You twisted it somehow into Obama.
Well, no. I didn't twist this into Obama. You said that they've been this imminent nuclear threat for 40 years, and President Trump is the first president to ever try to do anything about it. No, Obama did something about it. Obama got it done, and then Trump tore it up. Trump willingly elected just to send us straight back into this back and forth with Iran, saying don't build nukes, them saying we're gonna build nukes, right now. We're an imminent nuclear threat. But they've actually never said that. That's just what we said about them.
Just because you do the voice doesn't mean it's wrong. I mean, the voice is good, but...
So can you actually respond to the argument, or are you gonna...
But every candidate promises stuff, right?
Okay. This wasn't just a promise of Obama's. He actually did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Obama, I mean, yeah, okay. Like, even the approval rating, it's just like the country's so divided now. Of course the approval rating is going to be less than 40%.
Warrior
How many
for
people
America?
actually voted?
Warrior for America, do you support Trump?
Sure do. Yeah, he saved our ass.
Yeah, I'm subbing you in and subbing this guy out. You know why I'm subbing him out?
Why?
You know why? Because he didn't have a brain. That's why. Do you have a brain?
Got a brain, and I was alive. I don't even think you were alive when it all happened.
Perfect.
How old are you?
Me? I'm like 12 and a half, so I know nothing. I still shit in diapers.
So
I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple donors.
Remember when everybody told Obama not to allow Iran to get nuclear capabilities, and he said, but they promised they wouldn't make nukes. They gave him nuclear power plants capability, but we knew what was going to happen with all the enriched uranium, right?
So you're saying that they didn't adhere to the JCPOA, right?
They didn't, and that thing, it didn't allow the investigators to go in and look at and investigate anything.
Patriot fact check, false. So the JCPOA actually allowed for the IAEA, an international nuclear watchdog, 24/7 access to surveillance camera footage of all enrichment sites, plus those cameras were tamper-proof, plus 300 in-person visits per year to every nuclear facility where they could conduct very comprehensive overviews down to the like atomic level of picked up nuclear dust. It was actually like really crazy. Plus they had satellite imagery of all enrichment facilities to track all the trucks going in and out, like if they're like moving their enriched uranium from the sites before the in-person visit. It was pretty comprehensive. But before we hop into the debate, man, I just have to thank a couple people who have supported me. I always like to give a big shout out to the donors, quite frankly. So do you mind if I just take a moment to do that now?
Well, let me answer back to what you were just saying.
After I thank my donors, okay? I'm just going to do it. Julia! This just came through. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. That is a shit ton of money, Julia. Thank you so very much for the love and support. I want to see 500 Julia W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much, dude. You are the absolute uncontested GOAT, Julia. It is so good to see you today. Julia with a 50 says, been a while since I've donated. Wondering if you consider having people running for governors in red states like Amy Action from Ohio to help boost their campaigns. State elections are so important. That'd probably be a good thing for me to do, Julia. Thank you for the $50 and the great idea. Donald Duck, thank you so much for the $30. So shout out to Julia and Donald. Donald with a 30 says, hey, Dean, quick question. Do you think that the MAGA-driven direction of the GOP is a lasting realignment, or could it become so destructive that the party must fundamentally rebrand or even give way to a new conservative party? I think that we're going to see a new conservative party, for sure. Either through a rebrand or just the creation of a new party from the ground up, because I just don't even think that like people like JD Vance are even going to be popular enough to win the primary in the next general election because of how much we already hate Trump and how much more we will in another 2 years, frankly. On Venmo, Jose, thank you for the $52 donation. God damn it, you guys are going crazy today. Yo, bro, Julia, Jose, Donald, you guys are going so fucking insane today. I'm so very grateful for y'all. Let's show some love to Jose down below in that chat for that unreal level of love. Genuinely, you guys are so fucking kind. I want to see 500 Jose W's. Jose with the $52 says, for Dean, fetus baby is smarter than MAGA. Yes, so true. So true. So much smarter than MAGA, quite frankly, Jose. Shout out to you. Show some love to Jose down below in that comment section. Seriously, brother, thank you so very much for the love and support. And then Fasi, thank you for the $11. I appreciate you, man. Lilia, thank you for the $10. I wish you could debate my mother. Well, I mean, if you ever get in contact with her, feel free to send her up on the live. As well as, this is the last one on Venmo for now, Felicity, thank you for the $25 for the quote-unquote good work. Thank you, Felicity. All the love in the world to you. Thank you for supporting me, what we do. That is FELECYTIE. Please show some love to Felicity and all the other donors down below. Thank you all so very much. And I think we have one person to thank on PayPal for now. Caroline, thank you for the $10 donation. And Jolene, thank you for the $10. Who says, just because I feel like falling into the trap of supporting the grift today. Love you, man. Love you too, Jolene. I appreciate you guys for letting me scam you all. Well, that being said, Warrior for America, we're all caught up.
Well, you don't remember when every time the investigators would go in to check on the nuke sites that they would get kicked out, and then Iran would start moving everything around every time. Every single time they tried to go in and investigate. We watched it all. We were alive and watching it all happen.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you can stay in that. I'll tell you a real quick thing that you should think about, with an open mind. Trump came in attacking the corrupt part of the government. The corrupt
he is
part
the
of
corruption in the government.
So you can't even open your mind enough to accept reality at all. None of you guys can.
Wow.
Trump came in, just try it. Just try it this one time.
Okay,
Trump
listen, I'll listen to you if you promise that you won't leave after you say your piece. Because I just have this looming feeling that you're just going to dip out and you're not going to stick around for a conversation.
Well, my fiance is over here, so I do have to take off.
Okay. Trump is a rapist. Trump admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls. Trump has attacked our Constitution, has infringed on like 4 of our 27 amendments, launched threats and attacks against another handful.
Fake news, buddy. Don't you know they want to kill him because he's destroying corruption?
The only person who wants to kill others would be Donald Trump. He called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress.
You just spew out your fake news.
I'm
Trump came in. See, try it just one time. Here, I dare you. I dare you. Double dog dare you to try it once. Trump came in attacking the corruption. The corrupt people started using you guys to attack Trump back. You guys got fooled into defending the corrupt people. That's it.
Who are the corrupt people?
That's how simple it is. The people you guys hated, the rhinos, the billionaires, you guys are defending them all right now. Those are the people controlling your media. They're the ones controlling your media.
What billionaires am I defending?
Everybody. Gates, Soros.
How do I defend Gates and Soros? What?
Because they're the ones behind everything. They're the ones that are
behind
causing
what?
all this.
Specifically behind what?
The riots, everything that's going on.
So the riots. What riots have we seen so far in Trump's second term?
We're talking about Black Lives Matter and an Antifa that was going on. Who was? See, you have no clue what's really going on.
Wait, I have a question. Did Bill Gates fund J6?
That was Antifa were the first ones in the building. Do you remember that? Remember when they invited everyone in the building? Come on in the building.
Wait, Trump's pro Antifa?
Remember when Pelosi admitted to setting it all up?
One second. Trump is pro Antifa?
No, Antifa was there dressed up like Trump
Wait,
supporters.
then he has to be pro Antifa because he gave full and complete presidential pardons to all J6
like
riders.
That little hairy punk that twists everything. Keep doing it, but nobody believes you, and Trump's still going to win.
I know. He has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history. We've never had a more unpopular president. You're losing, I know. And you won't respond to the argument either.
Only in your head, buddy.
No, only in the polls, my friend. Only in the polls. Oh, he's gone. He left real quick. The guy that was crashing out about me not being open-minded enough left the live stream because he couldn't take what I have to say. Holy fuck. Yeah, what a world. What a world we live in. What a world we live in. MAGA crash out. They're all fucking crash outs, dude. Every last one of them. Cook so hard. I had to condense. Yo, Madeline! Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. You are awesome. Thank you so very much for these supports. You are awesome. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you are a Trump supporter who's down to come up here and have a debate about why. Tony, do you support Trump?
Not no more, no.
Base, today we are just looking for Trump supporters to talk to, so we do have to drop you down. Just know that I really appreciate you. You are awesome, though. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you are a Trump supporter, please and thank you. Additionally, I'd like to invite a couple other groups of people, too. Bird, thank you for the galaxy. If you like, because I think that we need to kind of expand our topics. If you think men are better at leading than women, hop in that queue. If you think it's wrong to be gay, hop in that queue. If you think that men are superior to women, hop in that queue. We're going to expand the topics of debate. So if you hold to any of those beliefs, please join the guest requests. I will happily have a conversation with you about this. I'll happily have a dialogue. It'll be great. Quite frankly. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do, Dean, but I thought we was going to talk about something else.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Gam.
What was one of your topics a while ago? Do I support women running? What was it about women?
Oh, yeah. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Yes.
Why?
I do.
Yeah, why?
I didn't expect that because women are too emotional.
Okay.
They get distracted by other things and they don't follow through. That is a majority. There are a few of us. But
okay, so what is your evidence that women are more emotional than men? I would expect you to say what? Oh, I am a woman. Yeah, there you go. How did I call it?
40 years experience of working with people.
Okay, so it's just like you're
work with men, you have no animosity, you have no BS, you just, it's just a clean day.
Okay.
You work with women, it's just too much animosity.
Okay, so to be clear.
Which is why I didn't vote for Harris. Not on top of did she not have a campaign, period. She was a female. I could tell right away how she got to where she got.
So to be clear, your evidence that women are more emotional than men are your own personal feelings and seemings.
No, it's not personal. It's experience. See, that's why people don't want to talk to you.
Specifically, what experiences?
But you twist the word. My experience.
Okay, what experiences?
My work experience.
Could you be super specific?
Yeah, I can work with two men and no animosity, no bull crap, no stupid stuff. You work with women, they got to whine, they got to fuss, they can't clean. They're not going to do this, they're not going to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, your claim is that women are more emotional than men. Your evidence is your personal / work experiences. So I think that women are actually less emotional than men. I think that men are significantly more likely compared to women to engage in decision-making processes on and about their emotions. Now, the evidence, one moment, let me cook. The evidence that this is true isn't just my own personal feelings and quote-unquote experience, but rather empirical data. Like, for instance, I think that crime stats prove men are more emotional than men because 92% of violent offenders are who? Men, including violent crimes that don't necessitate the use of physical strength or force, such as cyberbullying with threats of violence or gun-related deaths, right? Now, we also see many other facts that prove men are more emotional than women, such as, for instance, drunk driving and reckless driving. Those things are very emotional. Those things are not very rational. Men dominate in those fields. However sad it may be, however serious it may be, self-unaliving statistics. Men are significantly more likely than women to self-unalive. And there's actually a biological reason for this, okay? Study after study, particularly from the NIH, has proven... Study after study from the NIH has proven that women actually are biologically designed to deal with pain and stress better than men. They have thicker dendrites in their brain. Evolution gave them this advantage for childbirth.
Wow. So you're going to educate me.
Yes.
The difference between a woman and a man.
I'm going to educate you that men are not better at leading than women. Yes.
No, you're not educating me, Dean.
I know, because you don't accept the education. Because you're very emotional. Not because you're a woman, but because you're an idiot.
I don't have to accept false narratives.
Can you explain to me why the narrative I shared with you is quote-unquote false? No, you can't.
It's because you read it, you think it's true.
No, I know it's true because I can prove it. Because I have evidence that it's true.
And puts it on a piece of paper, you think it's true, and you can look it up and find it.
Because it's not that I think it's true because someone said it. I know it's true because it's demonstrably true.
Did man walk on moon and fly a flag?
Yes. The astronaut they selected for the first mission to land on the moon was a man.
Okay. Who freed the slaves?
Who freed the slaves?
Who freed the slaves?
Do you want me to answer
I'm
like the men in power?
I'm going to show you how books don't make sense. Do what now?
Do you want me to answer like the men in power? Is that the answer you're fishing for?
I want you. I want the truth. I mean, I am not fishing for nothing. I'm going to show you how reading books, can change over decades.
Okay, so you're just trying to say that like the evidence I gave you is
You're
wrong.
basing this on facts, so tell
So
me now.
I could give you the evidence for the facts that I shared. Like for instance, when I started by talking about like crime rates, okay, that's demonstrably true through like FBI crime data, as well as crime data from like sheriff's the departments and like
Look, I
counties from
got
across the country.
insights on that. I don't need you to explain to me what I know from the inside. Okay?
So do you accept that men are significantly more likely to women to commit violent crimes?
Not where I'm raised. No.
You're fucking delusional,
There's
dude.
just as many women up in there are men.
You're delusional. Like what an absurd
I'm
belief.
delusional. How many times you visited a prison? How many times you visited a jailhouse, Dean?
Yeah, quite a few actually.
Really?
Yeah.
To see whom?
To see whom?
And for
Well,
what?
we went there as a part of a project in the Boy Scouts back in the day.
A project. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And then I had a friend whose father worked as a corrections officer.
But I want to get back to the
Can
point
you
of
can you
how
give me like a single source
No.
that says women are more likely to commit violent crimes than men?
Can you tell me who who wanted to end the slavery?
Particular,
It's plain
like
English.
in America, the progressive movements that existed at the time.
By whom?
By whom? Like what was the progressive move? Like the Republican
White,
Party?
black, Hispanic, German, Indians.
Or yeah, like the race of the people that wanted to end slavery?
However you would like to quote it, Dean. I just want the answer.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
pretty
So
it's
so
simple
if we were to like break down like races by proportion, and then we were to like itemize and list the races with the highest proportion of individuals who wanted to end slavery, it'd probably start with like black people, then it'd go to Mexican people, then it'd go to white people.
You are delusional, dude. Delusional.
Why?
White people wanted to end slavery. Your history
So-
is coming out.
So the white people in the
So
American
see,
South wanted to leave the
the same
Union
thing
to
I
continue to
read
enslave black people.
50 years ago is what I'm trying to tell you. Just because you read it doesn't mean anything.
I'm telling
That's
you.
what I'm trying to
Listen, I agree
explain.
that like some white people did want to end slavery. Okay, without some white people
Some.
wanting to end slavery, one moment, during American
Do you
slavery.
accept
Okay, well then it never would have been ended because like white people held all the power clearly. Okay, but yet a lower proportion of white people compared to black
Would it
people
be the
wanted to end
North or
slavery.
the
Can you
South
agree?
that wanted to free slaves? Would it be the North or South that wanted to free slaves?
The North, the Union wanted to end slavery. Yes.
Wow. No, Dane, no. They wanted to keep them enslaved. That started over land.
They are the
and
people
taxes.
who did own slavery.
The Democrats both brought that in to win the war because they knew that's the only way. The Democrats lied to them.
Have you ever read the Articles of
If you
Secession?
fight, you're going to get this, but in the end, they finally won, and the black people didn't get anything.
Have you ever read the Articles of Secession from the Union, from the like 13 Confederate states? Because I mean, every single one of them lists slavery as a reason for
I live
secession
in one
from
of
the
the
Union.
13 Confederate states, Dean.
Yeah, have you ever read the Articles of Secession? They all list slavery as a reason
I
why
have
they're
read
leaving.
enough to know that my history was incorrect. So what I'm trying to explain to you,
just yes or no, just yes or no,
don't
answer,
bring me
bruh.
some
Can you just answer,
BS
please?
Off of a computer.
Gang,
that
gang,
I
answer the
tried to
fucking
change my
question.
mind.
Have you read the Articles of Secession?
Part of them. I have not read all of them.
Okay, so when reading the Articles of Secession from those 13 states, can you agree that they listed slavery and economic freedom as a reason why they wanted to leave the Union?
No. Because again, you're not telling the truth.
What does this have to
Dean.
do with why you think men are better at leading than women? And what does this have to do with you disputing the
because,
argument that I gave you to prove that
do
men
it all
are
the
not,
time. You
are
throw
not
it
less
off.
emotional?
You throw it off all the
Okay,
time.
okay, so you're
I
admitting to
get
throwing it off.
very
Then let's just
emotional
go back
over
to the
that.
topic.
Okay. I
So
have
please
never-
respond
I've
to the
never
argument I
proved
gave you
it.
to prove that men are actually more emotional than than women.
It's my experience. I don't have to.
Yes,
Why
but,
do I have to read it
but
from a
my,
screen? You
my,
can't
my
say the
data
words out of my
triumphs
mouth.
your experiences.
I'm supposed to believe you, but you're not supposed
You're
to
supposed to
understand
believe.
me.
You're supposed to believe. Okay, data in which
No,
we
I'm not
can
supposed to
conclude
believe.
from with the
No.
most objective means of reasoning as possible. Like,
No, I'm
listen,
not.
I have a question. Through your own experience, have you ever seen the curve of the Earth?
The curve of the earth.
Yes.
Really?
Have
what
you?
trick question is this?
Have you ever seen the curve of the Earth with your own eyes?
The curve of the earth. Has anyone?
Yes, but have you?
Okay, whom?
Like a really good example would be the astronauts on the Artemis 2 mission. Duh.
Okay. Where's your point?
Well, my point is that like you probably haven't, right? Probably never seen the globe Earth before. So your experiences would conclude you to believe that the Earth is flat. But because we have more objective means of reasoning and more objective means of data collection, we can reasonably conclude that even though you might feel like the Earth is flat, we know the Earth is round.
Christopher Columbus was not the first one to discover America.
What does Christopher Columbus and America have to do with like the example that I gave you? What are we doing? Wait, did you just say that nobody's ever been to outer space?
Nobody has seen the curve of the Earth unless they have been to outer space.
Okay, so you do you think that the Earth is flat?
Why in the world would I go to outer space?
Do you think that the Earth is flat?
Do I think the Earth is flat? Are you insane?
That's okay. That's where you draw your line.
Is the Earth flat?
That's where she draws her line.
I mean, we that was.
That's funny, bro.
No,
That's funny
that
as hell.
400 or 500 years ago, buddy.
That's where she draws the line. Okay, listen very closely to the point. Listen very closely to the point that I'm making. Okay, because you told me that you've had personal experiences that have led you to the conclusion that women are more emotional than men. And then I gave you data to represent that conclusion is false. And then you responded by saying, Dean, why should I believe... Let me finish, Gam Gam. And then you responded by saying, Dean, why should I believe your data over my own personal biases and seemings? Okay, well then I answered that question because the methodology, all right, that was deployed in the collection of the data that I described to you is significantly more reliable than your own personal seemings. And then I gave you a great example to prove this idea. The best example that proves the notion that, scientific objectives and methodology applied to yield conclusions about the world around us are more reliable than your seemings would be flat Earth versus round Earth. If you were to just trust your own personal seemings and experiences, you would probably think the Earth is flat. Why? Because when you look out on the horizon, it seems like a flat plane. And you said you've never personally seen the curvature or the globe Earth. Yet, when we look at the data always reasonably concludes that the Earth is not flat, it's round. So therefore, if you think the Earth is round, you are trusting the data over your own personal experiences. And if you trust the data over your own personal experiences, then you should trust my data unless you could prove it wrong over your own personal experiences. Therefore, you should believe that women are not more emotional than men.
You read from a prompt. I don't read from a prompt. I don't believe from a prompt.
How did I know what topic you're going to debate me on? How did I know what prompt to prepare for? How did I know what to write down before you join in order to refute your view? The notion that I read from a prompt is fucking insane. Like, what do you think? I have like a crew of people that are sitting like right outside of the view of the camera with like headphones as well, like typing out everything that you say, quickly researching to find counter arguments and throwing them on a prompt.
About the Democrats. That they blowed up black people that were millionaires. They blowed the whole town up to get rid of them. Why? Because they were making it. Whom was that, Dean? Was that Democrat?
By the way, the Dixiecrats or the Democrats were the Confederacy in the South. So you just like affirmed everything that I just said as being true.
No.
But this is another pivot. Like I don't know what we're doing back to like the Confederacy and shit. I want you to respond to the points that I made. Right about.
You are so wrong, man. The KKK, yeah, that's Democrats. They came from up north. Yeah, oh yeah, boo boo. You didn't hear what just happened in Alabama, huh? Tell me about it, Dean. Tell me what just happened in Alabama.
So, once again, the Dixiecrats were the predominant political party amongst the American South prior to the Civil War.
Were wrong. See, that's what you get.
I mean, you guys say this all the time, how the Republicans freed the slaves, right? Like, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
No, why do you want to be so kind of like not smart on here, right?
Wait. So you think that he was a Democrat? I mean, okay. I guess Republicans were the ones that wanted slavery. Okay, all right, whatever.
No.
No, wait. If the Republicans aren't the ones who wanted slavery and the Democrats were the ones that wanted slavery, then the Republicans freed the slaves, right? Abraham Lincoln was a Republican from the North.
Abraham Lincoln used the slaves to win the war.
That's actually partially true, by the way. The thing about Abe Lincoln is kind of true. All right, like he was okay with slavery. He just got rid of it for like the purpose of keeping the Union together.
Well, except for his purposes, of course. Right? So all these years, Democrats have been trying to keep black people in a little small area.
By the way,
and
none of
keep
this
in
has. We could
control.
talk. How about we talk about this after we finish the debate about why
This was an
men
open board
are
case, was it
not.
not?
Are how about we finish the debate about why you think women are more emotional than men
but-
first?
Because I'm trying to convince you quit reading from a thing and tell me I'm wrong.
I
Because
did
that
tell
right there
you that
was
you're
put in
wrong, and I
books,
gave you
right the
evidence to
opposite
prove
of
it.
what we just discussed, and I had to do a test.
Hey,
and
thank you
make
so much for the
it
$20 over on
that's
Super
right.
Chat. All P's. Show some love to P's down below in that comment section for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love and support, P's. P's with the $20 says, yeah, let's give men credit for ending slavery while ignoring who started it and all the other bad things men do. Looking at you, Germany in the 1940s. So true. Thank you for the $20, P's. Let's get to it, P's W's. Thank you so much for supporting me in the live stream. Hey, Gam, can you say thank you, P's, for the $20 dono?
I'm not thank nobody for giving you money or anybody else money. Why would I do that?
Because you're supposed to be a kind-hearted person, and they're very
I am
generous
a
for
very
donating.
kind-hearted person.
Blue
just like I
girl,
have-
thank you so much for the unicorn fantasy. Thank you so very much for that love and
I've even
support. Say thank you.
complimented you and given you respect on here, whereas you have done nothing. None of
Why?
that.
Is it because I'm a man?
Because I'm trying to
didn't you
tell
come up here
quit-
arguing that like men are superior to
Quit
women?
believing everything you read.
Then
is
give me
what all I'm
reason
trying
to
tell
dispute
you.
it. Then give me reason to prove it wrong. Okay, prove me
we
wrong
just
when
had
I
a
say that
whole
men are significantly more likely to commit violent crimes than women
just had
by
a
giving
whole
me any data to
conversation on
represent that women are just as likely or more likely to commit violent crimes than men.
40 years experience, and you know
Your
on all
experience
these
doesn't
things-
prove macro like
My
data
experience
points
proves
about
everything about men.
criminality rates amongst like sexes and genders. Like what? Like, are you just saying that you've personally watched more women commit violent crimes than men? Are you saying that you've personally
Maybe
seen more
that's
women in
what
jail
it
for
is.
violent
I've
crimes
just
than men?
worked with more of these little heathens than you have.
Okay. Are your personal seemings represented in the data? Like, remember when we went over how like you personally may feel like the Earth is flat, but because that's not represented in the data that the Earth is round, you don't believe your personal
Why don't
seemings.
you go back
So can
to
you
my
prove that your
point that
personal
was
seeming that
proven
women are more likely
correctly?
to commit violent crimes is represented in the data by giving me a single source about criminality that describes women as being more criminal?
My experience is all I need. I don't need anyone that's 21. I don't need people to read from a prompt to tell me what the hell I've experienced.
Okay. I have an ask for you, and you're not going to be able to do
Which
this.
is
So
why
I'm
we
expecting
gotta
you to
do the
pivot.
subject. No.
I'm
Which is
expecting
why
you to
we
pivot
gotta
after
put the
this. I'm
subject
expecting you to
forward
pivot
up.
from this question. Prove that the Earth is
No.
round with your own personal experiences.
No.
You
I
have to
just
trust the data of others.
No, I do not. Why?
Then prove that the
When
Earth is round
when
with
it
your
was a
personal
lie
experiences.
50 years ago, and now, and I've had over 50 years of lies, and now you want me to start believing all this bullcrap?
Oh, no, I
Never.
don't want you to believe all this bullcrap.
Never.
We should just operate off of our own personal experiences. Okay, so now prove the Earth is round with your
Exactly.
personal experiences. Do it.
Okay, I will, because, yeah.
Do it.
That's not happening.
Do it.
I will, Dean.
Do it.
I mean, I get more followers after talking to you. I don't really follow people. I don't do TikTok. But you are kind of intelligent, and I figured, well, maybe
Stalling.
What am I stalling about? You want
Proving
me to
that the
end
Earth is
this?
round
I
with your
mean,
personal
I'm off work
experiences?
now. I can go.
Prove that the Earth is round with your own personal experiences, please.
Well, I see. If I walk, I'll never fall. I bet you that. What? Huh?
Have you
If I continue to
have you
walk,
personally
I won't
circumnavigated the world?
ever fall off a cliff, because there is no edge to the earth.
Okay, how can you now prove that with your personal experiences? The only personal experience you could
I
have that
do.
would
I
prove
walk
that
every
is if
day.
you've personally like circumnavigated the Earth.
If there was an end to the edge to the earth, don't you think I would have crossed it by now?
No, because you have not circumnavigated the Earth on foot.
But I do have enough common sense to know if I did, I wouldn't fall off a cliff, the edge, because there is no edge.
But the quote unquote common sense that you'd be relying on to prove that there's not an edge of the Earth would be like the data from institutions such as NASA that prove the Earth is round.
No, it's kind of common
or
sense.
like the mathematics that have existed for centuries, which are still
No,
coming from something
no.
from something or somebody
No.
other than your own
No.
personal experiences.
No, wrong.
Okay, then
Wrong.
what personal experiences prove that if you were to keep on walking, you never fall off the edge of the Earth? What would prove it?
Probably watching things, not believing in nothing, but watching things.
Blue girl, thank you for the
happen.
galaxy. Oh, watching things happen, like what things?
Ships, boats.
Okay, so what personal experiences do you have with
cameras.
watching boats that prove the Earth is round?
Never ever being able to find the hint The edge, there is no edge.
Wait,
dude.
wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait. That's just data
why
from
go
other
with
people. Wait. That claim that nobody's ever been able to find the edge is just data from other people. Similar to like the crime stats I gave you, data from other
No,
people
I mean,
to prove that men are more
that's
likely to commit
pretty
crimes.
common sense
You
when you
can't
get out
use
there
you
and
can't
walk.
use data from other people, okay, to prove the Earth is round.
I can't. I'm not. I'm walking. I
Have
don't
you
find
have
an
you
edge.
walked around the whole Earth?
I have walked close enough.
Oh, what does that even mean? Damn, you've done a lot of walking in your life, Gam Gam.
Darn Skippy, I have.
You do that. You know that you are you fucking
I mean,
Jesus?
if I go to the East Coast,
I have a question.
I'm
Are you
not gonna
Jesus?
walk off the edge.
Are,
If
well,
I go
like
to the West
like the
Coast,
flat Earth
I'm not
model
gonna
would like
walk off
include
the
more than just
edge.
North America. You know that, right? Like the flat Earth isn't just North America. It include like the oceans and the other
See?
continents too. You're not Jesus, so you can't like walk on the water. I mean, what are the edge of the Earth like would be at the edge of the water, where then there's this Antarctic ice wall? Okay, like your personal experiences couldn't prove that wrong.
You're not even making sense, and you're trying to divert from the whole thing. No, I do not.
I'm just proving that like you are reliant on other mechanisms than just your personal experiences to prove things.
No, I'm not. I don't think women can run things better than men. I don't
God,
believe
bro.
everything I read.
Okay, do you agree with Trump's
because
war in
things
Iran?
I had. Do what?
Do you agree with Trump's war in Iran?
I think something needed to be done a long time ago. So we
Why?
had many presidents under this that was too. that
Why did
didn't have
something
the
need to be done a
balls
long time
to
ago?
stand
Because
up.
they're like what, a nuclear threat?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We paid them a lot of money, didn't we?
We paid them a lot of money. What
Let me
personal
do like you
experiences?
and just
What
keep
what
going
what
back
personal
and forth.
experiences do you have to prove that we gave Iran a bunch of money? You don't. You have to
Oh, it's just a video. It's just a video.
A video of
So,
what?
yeah, no
A video of
proof.
what?
Why do you keep going away from what I tell you not to read?
Because
the
I'm just
content?
demonstrating to
me,
you that
dude.
even you accept that personal experiences cannot account, okay, for a cohesive worldview of knowledge, okay? In order to be like an intellect, in order to like gain and hold knowledge about the world around us, we necessarily must be reliant on
it's
data
like,
collected by other people than
All this
ourselves.
data about that. Everybody hates Trump. All this data about this. Ain't nobody asked me. Nobody's asked me a thing ever. So where you getting
I
all
think the
this
reason
data
why people don't
from?
ask you for things is because you're nuts
No,
and
no,
don't
no,
want
no,
to.
no. It
In
don't
order to
matter.
ask you for something, they have to
Get
talk to you.
stats.
Who the fuck wants to talk to
I know
you?
insurance back and forth. I know financial products back and forth. So no.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think I've really exhausted this topic. I've really proved my point. I've demonstrated how
Now
you
you
were
have
reliant
not proved your point.
on other means than personal experiences to
You've
prove
pulled
things.
up your little screen and you've read it. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, or do you believe in God?
Of course I do.
Do you believe that Jesus
Tell me who
resurrected?
doesn't. Huh?
Do you believe that Jesus resurrected?
I sure do.
What's your evidence
If you don't believe
that
me,
Jesus resurrected?
how does a tree grow?
Well, I mean, like a
Was
tree
there a
could.
bunch of scientists up there?
Well, I mean,
and
like,
they was in their little white robes, and they were coming up
So,
with all these
just
little
answer the
formulas
following
to
question.
create a tree.
What
You
personal
want me to-
experience? So you were there. You were there when Jesus resurrected.
See, you going back? I see.
Were you
You're not
there?
listening.
Were you there when
You're
Jesus
not
resurrected, Gam Gam? I mean, it sounds
No,
like you
I
could be
believe the
around
Bible-
2,000
the
years
Bible
old.
was written by much smarter people than anybody on this earth right now.
Oh, okay. So
there's
you believe it because of the what accounts and testimonies from others, not
Because the
firsthand
Bible-
experience.
The Bible does not change.
Yeah. How do you
American
know the
history
Bible's accurate?
changes.
How do you know that the Bible's
does
accurate?
not change.
How do you know that the Bible's
American
accurate?
history
How do you know that the
changes.
Bible's accurate?
Who's
Is it
been
because you have
able to
personal
debunk it?
experiences to prove its
Who's
accuracy?
been able to debunk it? Who has been able to debunk it?
Oh, okay.
American history changes. That's where you need to listen, sweetie.
Wait, how?
Really and truly
Okay.
listen.
Okay. Well, listen. The point that I'm making here is, it seems like you couldn't ever have enough evidence to believe that Jesus resurrected because you didn't personally witness Jesus resurrect. You can never have enough evidence to believe that the Bible's accurate because you don't have personal first-hand experiences with the authors of the Bible
The only
to
book
ensure
I
that what they
believe
wrote
is the
about actually
Bible,
happened.
Not your book, not your little screens, not anything anybody can print.
Yeah, but
'Cause
what
I listen to you. I
what
listen to
personal
that person.
experiences
I
do you have
read
to prove
this.
the Bible?
And you know what I do? I come up with
What
my
personal
own conclusions.
experiences? What personal
Because I
experiences
don't
do you have
follow
to?
people, and I
What
don't
what
drink the
personal
juice.
experiences do you have to prove the Bible?
Okay, if you don't believe how does the tree grow? Like I said, was there a bunch of little scientists up in there with their coats and coming up with these little formulas to see how a tree grows and puts the branches out so it stays level and it stands up?
Yeah, if you
Was
think
there
that
a bunch of scientists up there doing that?
if you think that we need a god for tree growth, couldn't there just be another god that's not the Christian god? Like if Islam was true, trees could grow, right? Right? Like if Islam was true, like trees could grow, right?
I mean, I'll watch you.
Okay, so that doesn't get us any closer to Christianity being true. Remember, the task that I'm giving you is to prove that Christianity is true based upon your own personal experiences, because apparently you only believe things based upon your own personal experiences.
That's right.
Okay, but you don't have any personal experiences to prove Christianity to be true because you didn't personally experience Jesus' resurrection. And you didn't personally experience the stories of the gospel. You didn't personally experience the conception of the universe. You didn't personally experience Adam and Eve eating from the tree. You didn't personally experience, Cain killing Abel. You didn't personally experience the Great Flood. You didn't personally experience Moses being given the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. You didn't personally experience the Israelites being freed from chattel slavery in Egypt, then migrating back to their land over the next 75 years. You didn't personally experience Jesus being born to a virgin. You didn't personally experience Jesus's start of life in Egypt. You didn't personally experience Jesus's testimony and church being passed off to Paul, then built on that rock. Okay, you didn't personally experience any of those things. Therefore, because you don't have personal experiences of any of these things, okay, you can't know that they happened.
The Bible is the only book I believe.
Oh my God.
You write it. If the greatest scientist in the world of
Yo, Carolina! Oh my God, bro, that's crazy. Carolina, thank you so much for the Zeus. Show some love to Carolina in the chat for the Zeus on TikTok. That is nuts. That is crazy as fuck. Carolina, you are the absolute GOAT. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is genuinely insane, bro. Show some love to Carolina down below in that comment section while we try to get that next guest loaded up in the box. I want to see 10 trillion Carolina W's down below. Carolina Bros 2, seriously, thank you so much for the love and support. That is fucking insane. That is genuinely wicked. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A billion trillion times earlier. Shout out to the GOAT, Carolina, down below. Corey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I'm a liberal. I just want to say, bro, hey, keep pushing, man. Keep pushing, man.
Appreciate that, Corey. Appreciate that, Corey. Show some love to Corey down below. On Super Chat, thank you so much, Lord T, for the $10, who says people believe that that the geocentric model until the Earth was that the Earth was the center of the universe until Nicholas proved it wrong in the 16th century. It's only convenient when it fits their beliefs. Yeah, why? Well, it's because everybody just had their personal experience to operate off of, and we didn't have the correct physics and or math yet to be able to prove otherwise, right? We didn't know how to explain Mercury in retrograde, given the geocentric model prior to the 16th century. So because everybody just had their personal experiences to operate off of before then, everybody thought the Earth was flat. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, TBD?
I do, Deanie Weenie Chickanini. But I got a question for you. Why are your supporters so damn broke? Why? Every time you get gifted, it's always pennies here, pennies there. Dude, if you watch a Republican live, dude, it's always shebang, dude. You get pennies.
Okay.
You're fucking brokies.
Okay,
now,
I mean, I'm actually gonna go to cut you off there. So first and foremost, you're actually right about that. When you watch Republicans' live streams, dude, people who just shove thousands of dollars down their throats for no fucking reason. Like Andrew Wilson, for instance, he probably gets a quarter of our viewership, yet he makes $7,000 a night. Okay, and that's just because Republicans are fucking cult members, bro. Andrew Wilson will straight up say, in order for us to go into the next debate, you guys need to donate me $2,000. And second of all, I would recommend not arguing that my supporters are broke. Unless you want to get your butt hurt, okay? Right? It happens every time. I would just drop the topic as a whole where it stands. I wouldn't continue to push down this terrible, terrible path you're on because you are going to get your ass fucking bruised, dude. Okay? This is just me trying to be honest with you. This is just me trying to be honest with you. You're just gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hurt. You're gonna like crash out, and it's not gonna be a fun experience for you. Now I am gonna go ahead and take a moment to thank those broke supporters. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Who says Gam is so dense. Yeah, bro, she's fucking crazy. Yo, thank you so much, Joseph, for the $20. And Carolina Bros with the TikTok universe. The largest gift on TikTok.
Everybody knows that was Parker.
Yo! Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. I want to see 10,000 Carolina W's in the chat for that crazy ass shit. Thank you for being so broke, Carolina. You are the brokest brokey that has ever broked before, Carolina. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the love and support. That's actually mad, bro. Same thing to you, Jay. Thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. Let's fucking go, Jay. Thank you for being so broke. Jay with $100 on Super Chat. Didn't even attach a message. Just sent the love right out through. Thank you for being so broke, Jay. Let's get 1,000 JWs for the $100. Genuinely, dude. That is so fucking kind of you. Tim, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says small business owner in the rural South. Well, thank you so much for being a broke business owner. Thank you for the $20, Tim. I'm so thankful for your brokenness. Ashley, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Ashley. Let's get 100 Ashley W's. Thank you for being so broke. Beth, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Beth. 500 Beth W's. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Beth with the $50 says, Gam is one of the most ignorant and insufferable people I've ever heard to date. She refuses to educate herself. That's just sad. Yeah, she's gonna die, moron. Low key, Beth. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for being so broke. Death with the jellyfish. Thank you for being broke. Jose with the $20 who says, from this extremely emotional man to you, Dean. Well, thank you for being an extremely broke emotional man, Jose. Thank you for the $20. Delaney, thank you for the $10. And happy birthday, Natalie. Delaney, thank you for being so broke. Thank you so much, Alex, for the $5 as well. Kat, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love and support. Candy with the $10. Thank you for being broke. Savannah, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for being broke. And Kira, thank you for the $15 who says, it's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday, Kira, please? Kira, happy birthday. I hope that you live it up and have a great one. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to Grace. Thank you for the $5. And on PayPal, thank you for the $30, SJ. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Let's get 300 SJWs who says, I just want to say I appreciate you. Life has been so hard in many aspects as of recently. Trying to navigate this world as a black woman especially. And I wanted you to know you bring a lot of light to my life, and I will always appreciate you. SJ, you've always been so kind. Just know that I love you to the moon and back. Thank you so much for the $30 donation. And as always, thank you for being so broke. Let's get 300 SJWs. Genuinely, thank you not just for the donation, but also for the incredibly kind words. Same thing to Monavon. Thank you for the $20 broke donation on PayPal. Janice with a $15 broke donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Monavon and Janice. Helen with a $10 broke donation on PayPal. Alex with a $10 broke donation on PayPal. Harley with a $10 broke donation on PayPal, and Caesar. Oh my God, I didn't even see this. Caesar, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Oh my God, Caesar, I'm so fucking grateful for how broke you are, dude. Let's get 1,000 Caesar W's down below in that comment section. That is way too much fucking money, man. I'm so very grateful for you, Caesar. Spam some, dude, show some love to Caesar down below. That is genuinely way too fucking much money. Caesar with $100 says, Dean, have you seen the fundraiser for the J6ers who were quote unquote arrested unfairly and need help, ran by Don Jr.? I couldn't believe it when I heard it. Please look it up. It's wild. I absolutely believe that, Caesar, because his father fucking pardoned them and called them patriots. Thank you so much for the $100, though, man. That is genuinely beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Caesar down below. And then Mojo, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, I wanted to say thank you for being yourself and for educating others instead of belittling them. Well, I wanted to thank you for being so broke and sending that broke $20 donation. Thank you so much for the love, Mojo. Show some love to Mojo. We have one last person to thank for now, coming in from Wendy over on Super Chat. Wendy, thank you so much for the $50 Super Chat, who says, happy Mother's Day to your mom. She's proud of you and your goodness, Dean. Oh, thank you so much, Wendy. Wendy, I know you're always watching. You are literally, per YouTube, the top viewer on the stream. Just know that I appreciate you, and as always, you are such an icon. Thank you for the $50, Wendy. And then Goose, thank you so much for the wolf over on Super Chat. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Holy fuck, like, I don't even know what to say. You guys are being so fucking kind to me. I don't deserve this privilege. No one does. Just I'm so very grateful for you guys. TBD, go ahead.
And you should, because that's the single and only wave that's going to happen. You know why? Because they just want to show.
Bro, did somebody pay you to come up here and do this? Are you like on the left just trying to get people to donate money to me? Because it's just like this has to be a bit.
It's not a bit, bro. I'm a 100% Trump supporter. Let me ask you a question, okay? Since you are on the left, okay? I got a question for you. So, no, this is very important. You got to stop laughing for this because this is serious. Are trans women women?
Yes.
Okay. Would you marry a trans woman?
No, because my girlfriend is not a trans woman, and I'd only marry my girlfriend.
Dude, if you were single, let's just say it that way.
I'm sorry. That's literally logically impossible. I'm sorry. I couldn't even imagine a hypothetical where I live without my girlfriend.
Bro, come on. Okay, before you met your girlfriend, would you?
Before I met my girlfriend? There was no before I met my girlfriend.
If your girlfriend was trans.
Before I met my girlfriend? Like, what? I'm sorry. What? Dude, that's like saying before the universe existed, because she's my universe. Yeah, hypothetically, Dean, would you do this thing before the universe existed? What the fuck? That's incomprehensible. What could that possibly mean?
Deanie Weenie Chickanini. Why don't you just hypothetically answer the hypothetical question?
Oh, yeah, because I just simply think it's a logically impossible hypothetical to be the case. And on a real note, clearly that's rage bait. I just refuse to engage in hypotheticals that posit I'm like with somebody other than my girlfriend. I find that to be a little bit disrespectful.
Your girlfriend won't allow you to hypothetically, talk about how to.
No, it's not something. It's not something that I choose not to do because my girlfriend doesn't permit me to.
You know
it's something I choose to do out of respect for my girlfriend, regardless if she'd permit me to or not.
2 months ago, I asked the same question, bro, and your little partner was on the live with you, and guess what happened?
Wait, 1 second. I have more people to thank for their broke donations. Thank you so much, Lucky, for the $20. Who says about to visit my MAGA family. No, they will try to argue with me. Thanks for the talking points. Well, I hope you're able to absolutely destroy them. And thank you for the $20 broke donation, Lucky. Show some love to Lucky down below for the $20. Same thing to you, DIL. Thank you for the $10. Who says the old lady was crazy. I've always worked with women and NVR had issues only with which is like her. See if this goes through NVR can support her. I'm sorry, I don't even know what that is, but I appreciate for the $10. Hunter, I appreciate for the $10 as well. He says, I appreciate for the $10, Hunter. Jennifer? Jennifer? Yo, Jennifer, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $250 donation on Venmo.
That's a lie. That didn't happen, bro. That didn't happen.
Oh my god. Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did happen. Brody, Jennifer, I don't even know what to say. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. That's genuinely insane. Jennifer, listen, that is a lot of money. I almost dude, that's insane. I don't deserve that in the slightest. That is beyond kind of you. Genuinely, Jennifer, to the moon and back, just know that I appreciate the ever-living hell out of you, okay? Please, I want to see 200,000 trillion more billion Jennifer W's down below in the chat. I don't even know what to say, man. I'm so very grateful. I recognize the privilege that comes along with what I do. I will never take it for granted, and I never have. Thank you so very much for the fucking love and support. Just genuinely insane. I don't even know what to say. Huge shout out to Jennifer down below. Thank you so much. And you asked to see it? Oh, he left. Pissed him off. Jennifer ran him off. That is so funny. By the way, I was gonna show it to him. That was gonna piss him off even more. That was gonna piss him off even more. Dude, shout out to Jennifer down below. Thank you so fucking much. That is genuinely out of this world. I am beyond grateful for you. Huge shout out to Jennifer down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Dude, Jennifer, you literally ran him off. Low-key, I was thinking that that guy could have been somebody on the left, okay, trying to bait people into sending me donations, because what he was saying was just too They're not going to donate a lot of money to you. They're not going to do it again. Okay? But no, that guy was just seriously that stupid. Or else he wouldn't have like got so pissed and left. Huge shout out to Jennifer. Thank you so much for the love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Stephanie?
Absolutely not.
Love that for you. Not joking, I do. But today we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. You have a good rest of your day. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and is restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines, reason, harassment, and bullying. Oh, you know what? TikTok, I forgot about this. See, I need to be more mindful. TikTok considers it to be harassment and bullying to call somebody BROKE. So when I was calling all the donors that, because that guest had made a joke about it, I got pushed. Thankfully, it only lasts for 10 minutes. So it is 3:26. By 3:36, the restriction will be lifted and we'll be good to go. Sounds good. We're honestly just going to go ahead and keep the live running. We won't restart. No need. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you are a MAGA, please, and thank you. Y'all know the rules. I know you do. All right, where's that next guest at? We got Isaiah loading up into the box right now. Somebody says that they just joined off the FBP. I think it's like a restriction for like a lot of people, but not all people. Like, I mean, if you guys can notice, like we just dropped from 11,000 viewers to 9.9 thousand viewers in less than 10 seconds because of the restriction. But like clearly there are still some people coming in. I don't really know how it works. We're going to go to try to get the next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. If the restriction doesn't self-correct in the next 10 minutes, we are unfortunately going to have to do a restart, but we'll deal with that in 10 minutes from now. All right, Mariah's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Otto loading up in. So on the FYP based. Yeah, I don't know like how the restrictions work. It's, above me. Welcome in, Otto. Do you support Trump? ADDO, hello? Okay, they're not here, so we're gonna oh, fuck, bro. Hop back inside of the queue, Otto. Maybe I need to give them a little bit more time. Probably, dude. Maybe I need to give them a little bit more time. We're gonna go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Y'all know the rules. Make sure you follow them, please and thank you. Who will be next? Dude, my throat kind of hurts from screaming. Okay, this person's name is Alana. Let's see if Alana's a Trump supporter. By the way, Brittany, I appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat. Fred Baroki. Lois, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for that love and support. Then Jose, thank you for the $1. And Kyler, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Kyler, my man, that is very kind of you, bro. Show some love to Kyler down below in that chat. That is Kyler with a K, quite frankly. I appreciate you. Thank you. Looking for that next guest right now, everyone. Looking for that next guest right now, everybody. Just be patient. Give us a moment to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. I have a feeling that this account won't join, but we're going to try to get them up here nonetheless. Their name is Timmy, and then their profile picture is an AI photo of me eating shit out of a toilet. Yeah, they did a join. Bro, that's fucked, dude. You need to get a life, man. I think that's my professional recommendation to you. Get a fucking life. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? JP? Where'd they all go? Okay, well, apparently he's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Okay, who's next, folks? We got a bunch of people loading up inside of the box, but I don't have anything to say. Okay, guys, do you remember earlier when Ben came up and he just started, like, shouting over me, like, saying, "Oh, Dean, you're an asshole. You're a bitch." He was being really mean. That was at the beginning of the live stream. So then I gave Ben a punishment, a consequence for his actions. I told Ben to go sit in timeout for at least 10 minutes and shouldn't piss in at least one diaper, then get it changed because he, clearly a baby. Now it looks like maybe that punishment has ended and we're good to go now. Ben, have you calmed down a little bit? Or do you need another timeout? Ben, hello? Click on your profile picture. Click on the icon of the mic. I mean, he's a baby.
I got it. I got
he's
it.
back. Have we calmed down, or do you need
What's
another
up,
timeout?
Dean? Oh, I'm good, Dean.
Okay, you're good now? Perfect, man. How old are you?
Yeah. What do you say?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008, May 16th.
Do you need a pacifier?
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay, by the way, you'd be 17 for another week.
What was that?
You're 17 for another week.
May 16th?
Yes.
It's May
9th.
May 16th?
Is in a week.
What are you talking about?
It is May 9th?
Hey, yo, Dean.
Okay, well, okay, shit. We're making jokes about him being a baby. He actually is. Okay, moving on to the next guest. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, we have another 6 or so minutes left on the restriction on the live stream. We got the next guest, Cindy, loading up in the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Lucky, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, love watching the lives while drawing gives me inspiration. I love that, Lucky. Thank you for the $10. Hey, man, do you support Trump? Bro, we got some straight bots in the queue, dude. Legit bots. What's going on with all the bots in the box? That's crazy, dude. All right, moving on. Hey, Teresa, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get 200 Teresa W's in the chat. Thank you for supporting me in the stream. Teresa with a 20 says, Dean, keep this quiet if it'll encourage MAGA. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Teresa. Same thing to you, A. Thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for always being what keeps me positive on a daily basis, Dean. Oh, thank you so much for that love, A. I'm happy that the live streams give you some positivity, and just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, A. Show some love to our donors down below. Welcome in, Alexis. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely the fuck not. I'm sorry, I was tapping the screen, sorry.
Bro, you're all good, Alexis. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Moving on to the next guest, Melanin Queen. Guys, if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Great way to ask a question or get a message across, or just to support me in general so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Melanin Queen, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm in the middle with it. I feel like I support the fact that he wants to run the company like a business as far as financial, but I don't support a lot of his political views. Like, I don't hate the man, but because he's kind of funny, he makes sense in a lot of ways. And then there's other ways where he doesn't make sense at all.
I mean, he hates you.
You think so?
Yeah, he hates you. You should hate him. It's fair.
Why do you think he hates me?
You're a black woman. I mean, I don't think that there's anybody he despises more. I mean, let's just look at at the outcomes of his presidency. So first and foremost, disproportionately hurt black people through his regressive taxation policy. The reason why this disproportionately hurts black people is because black people have a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to white people because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. He specifically disproportionately hurt black women through advocating for SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade. The reason why that disproportionately hurts black women is actually for the same reason that the last policy hurt all black people so disproportionately. 56% of women who get abortions indicate that the reason is because of financial instability. That's something that black women are significantly more likely to experience, once again, because of the reasons that we just went over. He generally holds disdain towards just women in general, regardless of their race. I mean, he raped a woman and he barged into the dressing rooms of other women. Okay, I'm like, holy shit, yeah, you could only do that if you hate women. And he's also demonstrated disdain towards black people in general, regardless if this is from representing the Obamas as apes, not renting to black people because of the color of their skin, or calling all black people lazy. You know, he's certainly racist. So I'd say for all these reasons, and probably a couple more, yeah, you're not his favorite.
Okay. I say all that to say some of the things you said are true. Probably most of the things you would say is true, but I don't think that Trump just hates black women. I don't think Trump hates black people. I think Trump hates, he says what he wants to say to whoever he wants to say it to, no matter the color, no matter the hierarchy, no matter how up you are, no matter how important you are. Like, he doesn't discriminate. So, like, even with white people, he does the exact same thing. So it's just like,
really? I think when did he depict white people as apes?
I think Trump more so just, he wants power and money. Those are the most important things to him. So he does things to gain that, no matter who it hurts. and it does affect us. It does hurt us. I don't think his intentions are, let me destroy black people. I think that he does not have the knowledge or care enough to learn about how it's affecting us. So when it does, he's not worried about it because he has a goal. And we just aren't his goal. We aren't.
So then why did he specifically refuse to rent to black people? He rented to white people.
Because he probably, I love black people. I'm a black woman. I'm all for it. But sometimes you just have to be realistic. And I hope that I don't offend any of my black beautiful queens or men, but they have an issue with destroying things. And maybe he just felt like he wouldn't want them in his homes.
What the fuck?
Destroying his stuff.
What the fuck, dude?
And I'm not saying all of them, because that's not true. But there are a lot of black people. Black people, white people, doesn't matter. But if he felt like he didn't want those people in his hotel, it's his hotel, it's his right. Me personally, I wouldn't be offended. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna go somewhere where somebody does want me. I'm not gonna cry about Trump not wanting me in his hotel.
That's crazy. Just to clarify, you are black, right?
Right.
Okay. If somebody told you that you have an issue with destroying things because you're black, how would that make you feel?
If it was true, I would work on myself. If it wasn't true, I would be offended.
Is it true?
I mean, systematically with everything and just generationally.
I'm talking to
everything.
you.
Well,
Listen.
Well, I
talking
don't
to
have
you.
an issue. I don't have an issue.
So you'd feel offended?
No, I wouldn't be offended.
You just said you would be offended.
If it's not true, I wouldn't.
And you just said it's not true.
Okay, so no
So you
one's
would be
saying that
offended.
to me. No one's saying that to me.
Okay, well, you just said it to all the other black audience members watching this live
Okay,
stream.
so for the black people out there.
So do you understand? Do you understand? Like, this is like the easiest way for me to debunk this argument. Okay.
Okay.
You said it's true that black people have an issue with destroying things.
You found a little
Okay,
tight way.
and
you found
then
a little to get in. So come on, let's do it.
Oh, okay,
then. I
yeah,
really
you
like
said
it.
it. You said it's true
Come
that
on.
black people have an issue with destroying things. Okay, so then what message should that send to every black person watching the stream that
To stop
they have an
destroying
issue with
things.
destroying things? Okay, but the
stop.
reason why it didn't offend you to make this statement is because you were talking about all other black people outside of yourself. But
Right.
when that statement is made to you, then all of a sudden you're offended. So
If
do you
the
understand
statement
how,
applied to
like,
me, I
every
would be
other
offended.
black man in the audience, every other black man or woman in the audience probably felt offended when you said that, the same way you felt offended when I said it?
The only people that are offended are the ones that are doing it. If you don't want to be categorized into something, don't do it.
You
Like that's how
explicitly
I live
said
life.
that you're
I don't
offended
live in a
because you
victim-
don't do it.
I said I'm not offended because I don't do it. If I was a person that destroyed things, then I would be offended. My thing is this: I don't go off of feelings, I go off of facts. If it does not apply, let it fly. If Trump doesn't, I just feel like people just lunge over and they just sit in the wrong things. Like, how is that helping you grow as a black person? We have to stop. Even though we have went through a lot in life, our ancestors, we cannot keep using that as an excuse and worrying about who doesn't like us or how they feel. Just create your own lane and just go for it. Just stop worrying about the craziness. I think that we'd be a lot farther in life if we didn't just don't worry about what they think. Like, Trump is not, him not wanting someone in our hotel. How does that hurt us? Can you answer that? How does him not wanting us in his hotel hurt us? Because I'm pretty sure they're high as fuck. So it's definitely saving us some money. So I'm trying to see how does that affect us?
Okay, so
Besides
the first thing...
hurting someone's feelings, maybe they'd be offended, but if we
shut
lived
the
off
fuck
feelings,
up.
the world would be a really, really bad place. You said shut the fuck up?
Yeah, low-key.
Oh, is it because you're offended that I'm speaking? Like, what is it? I
No,
didn't disrespect you.
you just said something so egregiously false. But listen,
Okay.
I'll respond to the statements that you made. So the first thing was, you told me that you wouldn't be offended if somebody were to make a racist remark against you unless you quote-unquote fit the stereotype, right? Now, this is completely incoherent, unintelligible bullshit, okay? If somebody accused you of being a child-raping pedophile, okay, are you telling me that you wouldn't be offended unless you actually were a child-raping pedophile? No, okay? If you were accused of a child-raping pedophile and you were not a child-raping pedophile, you'd get pissed. Just
But
like
that's-
if
but
anybody were
hold up,
accused
Dean. Okay,
of
so
doing
let me
being
rephrase
anything
that.
wrong, like
But
a
let me-
destructive
okay, so
black
then
person
let me
because of the
rephrase
melanin
that.
content in their
That
skin
is
and their
something
phenotypical
that-
characteristics,
but that is something
okay, you're going to
that
get fucking
actually-
offended because it's not true.
Okay,
Yes,
but that
the
is
reason why
something-
stereotypes offend
But you
people
just
is
went-
because
you
they
just went to the
pre-assume things to be
extreme.
true of their
You just
character,
went to the
predicated
extreme.
on immutable characteristics of their
You just
being
went-
that they cannot
you
control
just
to
went
change.
to the extreme. That is something that basically can actually hurt you legally. That can affect you. I clearly said if it does not.
What created
affect
sundown
you,
towns?
if it can-
Black
if
people are
someone-
destructive. Black
if
people
someone
are
is saying
the
you
apes
are
of the
a
wild.
child
That's the
rapist,
rhetoric. Those
if
racial
someone-
allegations are
if
what created
someone
sundown
is
towns.
saying that you are a rapist, that affects you. You can get put in jail. You can't be around kids. So yes, I would be offended about something like that if it wasn't true because it can hurt me in a way. But me not being allowed to go to a hotel, I wouldn't give a fuck because how does that hurt me? That was my point.
Yo, check this out. Okay, the first thing I want to say, false allegations of rape are very harmful. 110%.
Right.
I actually think that historically, racial stereotypes against black people have been more harmful than false rape allegations.
But that's
False
not the
rape
point we're
allegations.
making. That
One
wasn't the
moment.
point.
Let me clarify here.
No,
False
'cause you're
rape
going off-
allegations have not
you're going off
subjugated
topic.
millions of people to be
You
viewed
are
as
going
property
off
for
topic.
life.
You do this
False
a lot,
rape
though.
allegations
You
have
have
not
a
subjugated
conversation with
millions
someone,
of people
and
to have
when
their
you
skin
can't
turned
prove
into
your
fucking
point,
lamps
you're
and
going off
boots.
topic.
Million
This
like
was not
false rape allegations have not
You're
subjugated
going off
generations of black
You're
people
going off
to not be
topic.
allowed in town
You're
past
going
7
off
p.m.
topic.
I'm
You're
not going off
rambling.
topic. The
This is
reason
not
I'm
what
not going
we're
off topic,
talking
and I
about.
know it, is because you
No,
told
you're
me
not.
that
No, you're
someone
not.
would rightfully be offended if they were
way
falsely. Let me tell you how it wraps in. Please don't interrupt
okay.
me. You told me the difference between accusing somebody of being a rapist and accusing a black person of being violent because of the color of their skin is that falsely accusing somebody of being a rapist is a much more harmful allegation, okay? But me proving to you that actually historically in this country, racial stereotypes against black people have been more destructive to society and black people compared to false allegations of rape proves that racial stereotypes are just as or more destructive, okay? Like,
That's
listen,
the whole fucking
Donald
point.
Trump, let me get this across the line.
Point I just made.
Then you should agree it's okay for black people to be offended when people are racist against them.
But you're supporting my points, though. That's my thing.
I guess Emmett Till shouldn't have been offended, right? You know, false allegation against him because of the color of his skin. Oh man, that just doesn't matter, right? You know, it doesn't affect. You know, just he shouldn't have cared.
Okay, Dean. I think we have. If you have any more questions for me, but other than that, I think we have concluded. You're rage baiting and you're off topic, and I'm not following you. I said how I feel, and that's that. Anything else?
Do you see how the analogies I made connect to the topic of
because
discourse?
your analogies were just up the bunker. Like you're just saying shit at this point, Dean. How the fuck do we get to Emmett? How the fuck are we on Emmett Till right now?
Yeah, because it was
God
a false
rest his
allegation.
soul, but
I'll
that-
tell you.
okay.
I'll tell you while we're at Emmett Till.
I can leave.
Because why did he die? A false allegation made against him because of the color of his skin. Less than 5 minutes ago, you're arguing that we shouldn't care about false allegations made against people because of the color of their skin.
I said if it does not affect you, you shouldn't worry about it. Something such as rape.
Okay, perfect.
Affects
And
you.
they do affect
It
people.
is.
Yes,
it
racial
would affect
stereotypes
me.
against black people affect
That was my whole
black people.
entire point.
Okay,
So
okay.
that
If
was my
racial
point.
racial stereotypes against black people don't affect black people, then why do black women have a significantly
When
higher
the
child?
fuck did I say that it didn't affect black people?
By arguing that we shouldn't care about Donald Trump's racial stereotypes against black people insofar as why he didn't rent to them.
You're clip farming because you don't want this to be all over social media of you getting your ass handed to you by a woman, and now you're just making things. I'm sorry, you lost this one, but it's okay. You'll live to fight another day. I can leave
Yes,
now. Can you
declare
click
victory.
me off? Can you
Yeah.
click me off?
Yeah, you
All
can
right.
declare victory and run. Have a good
All
one.
right. Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What are we doing?
Hello, you accepted a request.
Hi, welcome in.
I
Yeah,
was
do you
gonna-
support Trump?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, you take care. We're just looking for some Trump supporters. You have a good rest of your day. Bruh, dude. Delulu. So Delulu. So Delulu. So delusional. Quite frankly, so delusional. And, you know, very harmful rhetoric, but, you know, that's actually the product of white supremacy, by the way. Quentin, appreciate you for the galaxy. Like, why do you think that there's like a minority of black people that are like so staunchly anti-black? Okay, it's not by chance. Okay, it's by intentional production of this system that we live under. Okay, because it helps to uphold the system that we live under. Okay, if now we have members of the black community saying that, well, racial stereotypes against black people doesn't matter. They don't matter. We shouldn't care. We should just, accept them with our chins up and move on with our days and say and do nothing, be complicit. Okay, well then guess what? The system has an easier time at upholding the levers of oppression. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Okay, it doesn't look like Ryder's loading in. I wish Ryder would load in, because he's a Christian defending a pedophile. Where that works out. We got Catherine22 connecting to the stream. All right, guys, we're looking for the next guest right now. By the way, it looks like the restriction was lifted on the account. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Bro, somebody in the comment section. You know what? I got to invite you. Suge White FR. You should join the live. Somebody named Suge Watching says, why is Dean talking about black issues? Listen. I believe that it is totally permissible and acceptable for white people to say that racism is wrong and racism hurts others. Okay? No issue with that in the slightest. It's what white people should do. It's a good thing to do. We got the next guest loading up in the box right now. We got OMQVIS connecting. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, Gravid. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Gravid. Let's go to get 200 Gravid W's down below. That is GRAVVIID. Gravid with the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love, Gravid. Thank you. Same thing to you, Brad. Thank you for the $20. Who says they're on one today, bro? I appreciate you standing your ground when callers constantly crash out and scream at you. The projection and hypocrisy would make my head explode. Love watching you cook them, Dean. Well, Brett, I appreciate you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for that love and support. Show some love to Brett down below. Quite frankly, when they start getting really angry and emotional and start screaming at me, if anything, that has the opposite impact on me. It doesn't make me want to lose my shit. It just tells me that, I'm cooking. Because why else would they be getting so angry? It's because I'm cooking. It's because I'm frying them. Welcome in, Soph. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you, Soph?
18.
What year were you born in, Soph?
2008.
What month, Soph?
April.
Okay, Soph. It's totally possible that you're telling the truth. So I'm not going to call you a liar, but my gut's telling me that you're not telling the truth. So I'm going to trust my gut on this one, Soph. If my gut's wrong, my apologies. Yo, I'm going to call you You. You, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, as a black woman, it's black women like that that make white people feel comfortable with disrespecting us, ... Abso-fucking-lutely. I appreciate you so much for the $10. Yeah, the one time racist white people will listen to black people is when they say that racism is not a problem. Thank you for the $10. Sonia, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Huge shout out to you, Sonia. Please show some love to Sonia down below in that comment section. Thank you. Sonia with the 25 says, I will always listen and hang in the background. I thought I would donate because of your intelligence and debating skills. Oh, thank you so much for that support, Sonia. I hope that you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of it. Thank you so much for that love and support. Huge shout out to Sonia. And Fassi, thank you for the $7 as well. I appreciate you, man. And then Corinne, thank you for the $20, who says, love you, Dean, quite frankly. Love you too, Corinne. Thank you for the $20. You are awesome. Thank you. DJ, appreciate you for being here. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right, DJ, how old are you?
28.
Sounds good, dude. I'm going to thank a couple more people, then that mic on the floor will be yours. Let's go to start with Monavon over on PayPal. Mr. Monavon, back at it again. You sent a donation in earlier, dude. I appreciate the ever-living hell out of you. Thank you for continually supporting the stream. And I appreciate you for the $34. Monavon did not attach a message to that donate. Just sent it right on through. Just know that I appreciate you, dude. You're the fucking goat. Show some love to Monavon down below. Same thing to Rin. Thank you for the $20, who says, next time somebody says Trump isn't racist, you should bring up his 2016 campaign. He supported, quote-unquote, stop and frisk. Oh, really? Wow. Was that explicitly? Wow. Thank you for the $20, Ren. I didn't even know that. Gray, thank you for the $13, who says, hey, Dean, first time donating to you. Appreciate you so much. I appreciate you, Gray. Thank you for supporting me in what we do. You are awesome. And then Teresa, thank you for the $20 as well. We are all caught up, guys. If you want to support me, ask a question, add on a comment, have something said to the audience, so on and so forth, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without Dean Withers right there. DJ, the mic on the floor, yours. Appreciate you for your patience. Tell us why you are MAGA.
All right, listen, I've been listening to you for about 2 years, right?
Holy
and you've had me on the borderline of, you've had me second guessing 100 different things. And you got me changing my mind a little bit, but the conversation you just had kind of heated me up a little bit because she was trying to make a point, and you're sitting here telling her how she needs to feel and what she feels. But I mean, you're white yourself, and she's trying to explain herself, and you're just silencing her and going over your points and getting all heated.
Yeah.
And not letting her speak.
I just took a look at your profile picture. You're white. Now, here's the thing. I bet that was the first time you've ever told a white man to stop silencing the voice of a black person. Right? Is this the first time you've ever been a social justice warrior?
I mean, I've never been in a conversation where it's been this heated.
I would assume so. I would definitely assume so. Now, once again, I'd like to clarify. No, I was not silencing her, okay, because of the color of her skin. I was just simply demonstrating to her that the semantic content of her argument was incorrect. She was arguing, once again, all right, that, well, black people should just take racism on the chin and move on, shouldn't care. Why is it even important to speak about how Donald Trump refused to rent to black people in the 70s and 80s? She even went on to say that seemingly a lot of racial stereotypes are either true or don't matter, even if they're false. So she was wrong when she suggested that black people are violent. Okay, yeah, we should know that. Okay, she was wrong when she suggested that it's okay to like not care about white people that will call black people violent, and that it doesn't lead to like real world material harm or oppression. Okay, she was also false about that. You know, we saw generations of black individuals subjugated to legal oppression through the sense of being kicked out of town at 7 p.m. because white people would say that black people are violent. And even today, we see the downstream effects of that socially through continued anti-black racist movements, okay? And through the downstream effects of the lack of generational wealth, redlining, and other related racist socioeconomic concerns. See, the system of racism that exists today is created by those stereotypes. So I believe that we should all hold a red line against those stereotypes.
But she was up here saying how if you would only be offended if you took action. Like if you sat here and told me I was a thief, I'm not going to be offended. I get what she was saying, but you try to silence the points, and they get louder and louder and louder and keep going.
It's not that I was silencing the points; is that I was proving them wrong.
But I just don't see, sometimes when I'm listening to you, I just don't see how you don't take into consideration what they're saying. Like, I can get where you're trying to prove your point, right? And like I said, I've been listening to you since before I even voted for Trump the second time. Do I regret it? Yes. But I know that I've been listening to you that long, and it's just sometimes, like, when you, like, sometimes I can get your point, and then sometimes, like, other times you could get Christians up here, and then I can get the point that you're making, but then you go and you start mocking them, and then it goes down the trail of mocking them to where they could be proven a point, but then you just push so hard that you get loud and overtake your point to where you just kick them out, or they just leave. And there's sometimes where someone you're debating could be making a very valid point.
Yeah, can I ask you a quick question?
What's that?
Did you agree with her?
I did. I jumped in mid-debate, so I don't know what all she said, but I got to the end there where she was like, if you don't do it, you should.
So did you agree with what you heard her say?
I understood what she was saying, where she was like, yeah, if I'm not taking part in that, then I'm not going to be offended. But then you were like, oh, if you're a child molester or whatever, and someone calls you that, but you're not one, are you going to be offended? Then I saw your point, but then she kept trying to speak back on her point, and you kept jumping down her throat.
Okay, so did you agree with her point?
With, if you don't partake in whatever's happening, then you shouldn't be mad, kinda, yeah.
Okay, so you think that black people shouldn't be mad at racist stereotypes that don't apply to them?
They should be mad because it still happens and it still goes on today, yes.
Okay, so you disagree with her point? Because her point was to argue that black people should not be mad at racist stereotypes that don't apply to them.
And
by the way, I just want to clarify here. right? Even the whole apply to them conversation. Racist stereotypes apply to no one. Like, there is not a black person alive who is violent because of their race. There is not a black person alive who is destructive because of their race. There's not a black person alive who is, I don't know, angry or fucking uneducated because of their race. Racist stereotypes apply to no one. So therefore, in accordance with her view, no one should be mad at racist stereotypes. Not a soul alive. Just let white supremacy run rampant, unchecked, unbounded. Martin Luther King should have stayed at home. Malcolm X should have fucking gone to work. Like, because they shouldn't have been mad. Didn't apply to anyone.
I get it. And racism hasn't gone away. It's still here today. And it has to do with how you're raised. But I don't know. I feel like she had a point and a valid point. And that's the thing. Like I said, I know I agree and I disagreed. I'm kind of contradicting myself. I get that. But like I said, I've been listening to you for 2 years and I get it. I'm not on the Trump train by any means at all anymore. Yes, I voted for him. Yes, I regret it. The way things are going with inflation and everything, we're going down faster than we have before. I get it. And I agree with your points. But sometimes you just jump down people's throats. And I feel like they could be coming up with a good point, but then you just blow it up to where they either leave or kick them. And the point doesn't get across at that.
I can't control somebody's reaction to my counter argument to their position. If she wants to leave the live because I proved her point wrong, okay, it's fine. But I'm not in control of that reaction.
That's understandable.
And you kept on saying that you think she had a valid point. We just agreed that she had no point.
Yeah. And I get that. But I guess it's the way I just watched you were coming across really hot and heavy at the end.
And but keep in mind, according to her, she thinks that she proved me wrong. So I don't even know if she'd have the same takeaway from the debate as you. I guess
she's having a party right now.
You said that, you regretted your vote for Trump, so we're going to move on to the next guest. But I hope that, clears things up. Okay? Like, what are we doing? Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. So, here we go. By the way, this is once again, a creation of white supremacy. Okay? The only time you will ever hear somebody on the right invoke white men silencing black women is when the black woman is saying that racism doesn't really matter too much. And the black man is saying, and the white man is saying that yes, it does. It's the only time you'll ever hear that sentiment uttered at all. And dude, this happens to me all the time. Like, because unfortunately, every so often, we'll have a black individual join the live stream, tell us that, oh, Trump isn't racist. Oh, systemic racism isn't real. Racism doesn't matter too much. Okay, then how do many people on the right, particularly white people on the right, react? Oh, Dean, you're silencing black women and men. Come on. No. Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
24.
Okay, do you happen to be driving a car?
I am driving a car, but I'm about to pull over.
Yeah, if you could pull over real quick, I could have a debate with you. Just got to make sure that you're not driving while we're
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm lying. I could never support Trump. I can't even keep up with the damn lie.
You have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Hey, thank you so much for the $25 over on Super Chat. Sandra, you are awesome. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Sandra with the 25 says, here's $25, Dean. Keep on doing what you're doing. I stand with you. Thank you, Sandra, for the love and support. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome in. Are you MAGA? Hello. Okay, Okay, they seem a little bit preoccupied, so we're just going to go to kick them out and move on to the next guest right now. Seem a little bit preoccupied, so we're just going to go to kick them off and move on to the next guest right now. Dude, some bot in the comment section is saying that Tennessee is red. Yeah, no shit, idiot. Fucking the sky's blue. What are we doing? Yeah, dude, you're really, yeah, I don't know. Advocating for what you believe in. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay, well, you also happen to be like 14, so unfortunately I'm going to have to move on, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. Moving on, folks. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please only join inside of the box if you are a Trump supporter. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, are you MAGA?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, do you think that you could either disconnect from Wi-Fi because...
Yeah.
Connection is really bad.
What's wrong?
Connection is
What's
really,
wrong?
really, really bad. Can you go on cellular data?
Let me try and go outside. I got you. Can you hear me?
I can. And can you disconnect your phone from Bluetooth just so I can't hear my echo in the background from the speakers or TV?
I got you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So you said that you're MAGA, and why is that?
Okay, do I get like 8 minutes or 5 minutes to talk, or I just like I can't? Or 2 minutes at least?
You could speak for as long as you'd like to, but I'd recommend try not to drone on for 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll just speak for 2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes. Okay. First off, I don't support MAGA.
Okay, well...
I support you.
Well, I really appreciate you.
I know.
Awesome.
But
Unfortunately,
you have to understand, it's spiritual. It's a spiritual warfare, and you are right, and you have to keep going. No mercy. You are right. And
I appreciate you so very much.
It's deeper than everything. You're welcome. I know I gotta go. You're welcome.
I appreciate you. You have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you for your kind words. You take care. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you are a MAGA. By the way, we got Momo up here. I feel like Momo hasn't been making as many appearances on the stream as of recently. I don't know what it is. Momo's just moved on to bigger and better things, apparently. She sleeps on the bed all day instead of sitting on my lap. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, they're not here. We're going to go move on to the next guest. By the way, folks, if you want to support me... Oh, Momo wants her head scratched. I'll scratch your head, kitty. If you want to support me and the stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pinned message on Super Chats, and top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Hey, Momo. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I love you and Parker. You guys are amazing. Fuck Trump.
Well, I appreciate you for your kind words. Please stay out of that queue if you are not a Trump supporter. This guy's name is Patriotic Pulse. Patriot Pulse. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
How old do I have to be?
Well, that tells me all I need to know. Goodbye. Hello, kitty. Hello, Momo. Momo is attention deprived, it seems. We got the next guest loaded up in the box right now, everyone. We got Rylan connecting. Momo. Rylan, do you support Trump? Rylan. Oh, I'll take that as a yes. How old are you? Oh, I just thought he shit on the mic. That sounds like something a Trump supporter would do. So I just, assumed that was a yes, but apparently not. Moving on to the next guest. Follow the rules. Got to be MAGA. Matthew, thank you for the $10 in Venmo. He says, Dean, thank you for holding the line and for standing up for what is right. Love you, dude. Love you too, Matthew. I appreciate you so much for that love and support. And then Margaret, thank you for the $25 donation. Who says, thank you for Margaret. Margaret, it's so good to see you today. Thank you so much for the love. Margaret, you know this. You are awesome. I appreciate you so much. You've been watching forever now. And just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you, Margaret, for the $25. All right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Either of you guys?
I don't, but my dad does, and I need some questions answered on how to approach him about it.
Are you driving right now?
No, I'm a
I don't
passenger.
support Trump. I just wanted to say that I love your lives. And
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sandwich, I'm going to go to give you a really good resource, much better than anything I could like condense down into a single statement to you on a TikTok live. If you go to leavingmaga.org, they legitimately have like a whole guide that's based in psychology, not partisan politics, on how to try to pull like a loved one or a friend out of the MAGA cults. Once again, that is leavingmaga.org. I think that they give some great guidelines. They do it well, but that, like I said, that's more for those like interpersonal loved ones compared to like random people on TikTok. So one last time, leavingmaga.org. We got Lisa loading up in here. Navish, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you so much. And Haley, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says daily W's. Thank you for keeping me sane, making me laugh, changing minds, and just being a genuinely good human. Thank you, Haley. You are awesome. Thank you. Huge shout out to Haley down below. I appreciate you for the $25. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Lisa G's not loading in. We're going to go and try to get the next guest loaded up in here. I don't know what it is, bro. We can't find anybody to debate. Kind of unfortunate. Kind of sad. Isn't that right, Mama? Mama's still sitting up here with us. Look at her. Look at that cutie patootie. Getting her chin scratched. Yeah, rip MAGA. So true. MAGA is dead. MAGA is dead. Okay, we got the next guest, Coda, loading up in. Coda, if you're not MAGA, please just leave now. And James, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, but I am just a little confused because I
How
have
old are you?
I am 18 actually. I turned 18 in September of 2007. But I have parents that are like super pressuring, and I don't agree with most of his standpoints, but I don't know any differently in a way. Do you understand?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Mama was shedding all over me in the office. Here's what I recommend. So if you want to have a debate about, you know, something that you like strongly believe to be true about why Trump is a good president, feel free to give me an argument. But if you're more so just looking for like insight about like the anti-Trump worldview and what that looks like and why maybe I think Trump is a bad president, I just recommend like tuning into the live stream and like hearing me out for what I have to say when talking to others.
Yeah, so I do hear you out a lot of the time when you are talking to others, but one of my big points that I do want to bring up is I want to bring up the border. Like, I understand like a lot of acts of ICE aren't really proper, and the way that they do things I don't agree with, but I will say that I do believe that it is a good system and they have good intentions. I just don't know if that is a proper way to stand. Like, I don't understand how to, you know, have a better opinion on that, because I do believe that the way that they are with like pepper spraying children and being really aggressive towards the people who are still citizens, and even though they are American citizens protesting American acts, they are still should be treated equally. You understand?
Yeah, I'll quickly give you a response to this, then I'm probably going to move on to the next guest, because once again, it kind of just looks like you're more so looking for like information, which is better collected by just watching the live stream. But the reason why you shouldn't support ICE is because they uphold reckless disregard for life and law. I would say that any institution, any person, any group of people that uphold a reckless disregard for life and law as a person, group of people, or an institution that you should not support. Team Trump, by the way, I sent you an invite. Love for you to join, man. Saw you in that comment section. And we know that they uphold a reckless disregard for life, okay, because, you know, they've just been executing American citizens in broad daylight, Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and then they've faced no consequence or accountability whatsoever. In fact, the DHS has argued that what they did was perfectly fine, even when they're, like, shooting people in the back 12 times. We also know that they uphold a reckless disregard for law. They've been arresting people without judicial warrants, which is in violation of the 4th and 14th Amendment and under typical circumstances. And we actually had a judge in Colorado rule that is unconstitutional, and now ICE has been fighting against that ruling. So it seems like they just want to do things illegally. We also have other examples, like them illegally deporting Venezuelan immigrants with no due process to El Salvador, a judge ruling that they had to be brought back, then Trump saying, fuck no, we're not turning the planes around. Once again, reckless disregard for law. So I'd say for those reasons, you definitely shouldn't support them as an institution.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't really know like the super like in-depth perception of it, but I do think that they are wrong. So thank you.
Of course. You have a good one, Coda. Oh my goodness, guys. Momo is being so cute right now. She's on my lap, so she's not like on screen, but she's like resting her little head on my arm, and it is adorable. Let's go to get the next guest. Load it up in the box. Make sure you're following those rules. If you find yourself inside of the queue, please and thank you. We got the next guest, Shara, connecting to the stream. Cherry, do you support Trump? Going once. Going twice. And sold to the next guest. By the way, what are you guys doing to celebrate Mother's Day tomorrow? Let me know down below in that comment section. I'd love to hear it. Love to hear it. I will be taking my mom out to dinner. That's what I'll be doing. We're going to go get some grub. It'll be fun. Okay, guys, I'm still looking for that next guest. Frankly, I don't really see too many in the box. Now, I did see a Trump supporter in the chat. His name was like Team Trump, and he dropped some BS in the comment section. I responded to the bullshit that he dropped in the comment section, and then he just ran away. He never ever came up onto the live stream or anything. I think that these guys are terrified. I think that they're terrified. Western Sky, appreciate you for that party laser. Thank you so much, man. Huge shout out to you, Western Sky. And with that being said, we're gonna get that next guest loaded up in the box. This troll's been waiting to come in all day. Is this Liv? Is this the singing girl? Who is it? Are you going to say, we are Charlie Kirk? Or are you going to call me an asshole?
No,
because...
I'm not going to sing that. I'm ready to debate you.
How do you even do that with your vocal cords? Can you, like, give me, like, a tutorial? How do you... how do you do that? I don't know how you do it.
I don't like you.
Oh, wait, that's Liv?
Yeah, I just came to...
Damn, bruh. You could do some crazy shit with your vocal cords. How do you even, like, do...
How do you even do that? Because it's not just speaking like this. It's not just speaking like this.
Like, how do you emulate vocal fry? That's crazy. I smoked a six-pack. No, she's not even, like, talking as she breathes in. Or maybe she could be. Maybe she could be. And that's just what it sounds like when I do it. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Anyways. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome into eSport Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, embarrassing. Elena, thank you for the galaxy. So, why do you support the worst president of your life?
Do you like fast food or a home-cooked meal?
I like home-cooked meals more, but I eat more fast
think
food.
he's a home-cooked meal. Like, if you compare, he's like that. And then the other side, they're like fast food.
Okay, well, what a creative analogy. I bet that hit hard if you're a fucking moron. So, okay.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I said that
hit
analogy
hard
probably
for-
hits hard if you're a moron.
Oh, okay.
So let's just dive into that a little bit. So why do you think Trump is a quote-unquote home-cooked meal?
I think he's just
Oh my god. Oh my god. Carolina back again with a lion. Thank you so much for the love and support, bro. You have been watching the stream and supporting the stream all day long. I am beyond grateful for you. I am beyond grateful for the love that you've decided to show me today, and I am just in shock and awe at how kind you have decided to be. So thank you so very much from the very, very bottom of my heart for just such the insane level of love. I want to see 1,000 Carolina W's down below in that comment section. Broke Carolina back at it again. Thank you so very much, Carolina. Momo down here, I know you can't see her, but she says thank you too. Okay, take it away.
Why don't you support Trump?
Sure, because he's a rapist. He's boasted about sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. His domestic policy has tanked our economy. We went from adding 2.2 million jobs in 2024 to just adding 170,000 jobs in 2025. That was literally lower than the monthly rolling average under Biden. We went from explosive growth in investment in manufacturing to a decline in investment every single quarter, including Q1 of 2026. The economy is just in rubble, quite frankly. We also see that his foreign affairs are pretty bullshit, starting wars that he promised never to, just to, clean the shit that off the wall that he put there by pulling us outside of the denuclearization agreement that Obama was able to achieve with Iran, not to mention his whole path of conquest thing, threatening to invade or annex like about 1 billion of our allies, and then imposing illegal tariffs on every other country in the world that inevitably mounted to the American citizens of this country having to pay around $92 billion worth of an illegal tax.
Do you think he's doing the Lord's work?
Well, if the Lord is all good, then absolutely not. But if the Lord is an evil tyrant, then probably so.
Did you know that?
Now, is this an interview or a debate?
No, it's a debate. I'm just trying to figure you out. Is that okay? Or?
Yeah, but hopefully eventually here we could get to an argument.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Trump is standing for some things that a lot of people hate him for. And to me, that just shows his courage. And he doesn't just bow down to anything. He stands up for what's right. And, well, he stands up for men not being in women's bathrooms or locker rooms.
Really? Explain this.
Yeah. Yeah, he
so you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things.
Join
like
Planet Fitness for $1.
He stands against men going into women's locker rooms.
Strolling right. He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure.
He stands up against men walking into women's locker rooms, right?
Yeah, well, that wasn't a locker room, but that was also a long time ago, so his stance has changed big time. I know, him doing that isn't a thing that people would applaud, but he didn't walk into, a locker room, a space that's confined only for women.
Sure he did.
But don't you think that men...
Sure he did. He said it himself. He said that in order to get in, he had to abuse his position of power as the owner and tell a lie about doing an inspection. And he broke a rule by entering. That's, what it means to get away with something. He said he got away with it. And he said that no men were allowed because no men were there and that the women inside were naked and changing. Yeah, sure as hell sounds like a private woman's only dressing room to me. Then Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona from 2001, just straight up confirmed it. I mean, we just listened to her say that he would go into the dressing rooms.
But so do you think that men should be allowed in women's locker rooms if they claim that they're a woman and not a man?
Oh, well, if it's a man claiming that they're a woman, but they're not actually a woman, no, they shouldn't be allowed in at all. Now, can you respond to the facts that you said Donald Trump never went into a private woman's only space, but that's exactly what he said, and that's exactly what the beauty pageant contestants corroborated?
Yeah, like I said, that's not something that is great, and I'm pretty sure he's changed. Well, I know for sure he's changed his stance on thinking that that's okay.
How do you know he's changed his stance?
Because now he has been fighting for men not going into women's locker rooms, right?
You say trans women, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Because
so how do you know that he's how do you know that he's not okay with trans women going into bathrooms to piss, but he is okay with him going into locker rooms to sexually exploit? I mean, I think that for a lot of predators, they're going to be there. Yes, he certainly did.
He mentioned that they were beautiful or whatever word he used, but he didn't actually get gain from it, tell them they have to do something for him.
So the gain was exploited from the unconsensual viewership of their naked bodies, right? We would see a sexual pleasure gain, some sadistic gain elevated from this desire to just control others, right? Power and control. Yeah, of course there was a gain there, but I mean, sexual violence is just any unconsensual sexual act. And he did engage in an unconsensual sexual act. He unconsensually looked at their naked bodies, and that was a sexual act, so. It's really easy. Like, this is the easiest argument ever. It's impossible to defeat. Western Sky, appreciate you for the travel in the U.S. By the way, folks, if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YT and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. I get 100% of the proceeds over there as well, and only get around 30% on TikTok. So, you know, if you don't want some service to take 60% of your buckaroonies, Venmo, PayPal are quite preferable.
So if Trump said in that time that he was like trans and that he thought he was a woman, then you would be okay with him doing that, right?
So if he thought he was trans or if he was actually trans?
Like in that time, because like, let's say in that time he was like,
So we're positing in that time, he genuinely did possess the gender identity of a woman. So, yeah.
So I'm just saying, would you be okay with it?
So no, I'd actually still not be okay with it, because what was described in that clip was not the intention to go into a dressing room to engage in the function of getting ready, but rather specifically to enter into that dressing room to engage in the function of perving on the naked bodies of others in the space. Now, the criteria for sexual violence is just engaging in an unconsensual sexual action, and he met those criteria. But I mean, we can engage in hypotheticals all day long.
Sexual. He didn't do anything sexual to anybody.
Yeah, the sexual thing that he did was viewing their naked bodies.
Yeah, he walked in to go like inspect the area, but it's backstage.
What was he inspecting?
I have no idea. He didn't specify.
Right. Well, it's because he wasn't inspecting anything. He was going back there to look at their naked bodies, and I could prove it. Even Donald Trump acknowledged that this is sexual, because this was his response to Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants. Howard Stern says, you know, have you ever slept with a beauty pageant contestant? Donald Trump says, well, I'll tell you what I have done is this. So even Donald Trump had mentioned this as a sexual thing that he had done.
Okay, so do you think, though, that he could change?
Do I think he could change?
Within 20 years?
For sexual violence, I find it hard to believe that somebody could change. And I mean, this is even represented in crime data. The highest, commit again rates would be for sexual predators. Because I just don't know if that lack of foundational fundamental moral value of caring about the consent of others is something that could be changed. So I don't know. I don't know if it can, but even if it could, he certainly hasn't. Because just as recently as 2023, a court found him guilty for rape. And he is, just as recently as last year, was calling for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail. So definitely not.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just think that it's...
Yeah, and just as recently as like last month, he was covering for the pedophiles and predators in the Epstein files, preventing the DOJ from releasing them all, including illegally concealing an allegation made against him from a minor that we know was abused by Epstein.
Yeah, but the lady Taylor that like was on his side or whatever, she said that he was cleared. She said that in an interview. She was like, all the women said he was not involved.
Are you talking about Veronica Hughes?
No, what's her name, Taylor?
And I don't know who you're talking about. Listen, I accept that there's been like a couple of victims of Epstein's that have said that they never saw Donald Trump do anything wrong. And I believe them, because I don't think in order for Donald Trump to be a sexual abuser, he has to have sexually abused every woman and girl ever. It's incoherent. Like, imagine your friend was charged with murder, and then as a part of his defense in courts, you got up on the stand and said, well, my friend couldn't possibly have murdered this other person because they didn't murder me. And you're talking about Taylor, like MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, she said in interviews that the woman said that he was not involved at all. Like, he was clear. It was his friends, though, that he was...
God, we want to accept what MTG has to say.
Well, I'm just saying you've brought her up before, so...
So I'm not even quite sure if she has said that. Let's go to take a listen to what MTG has to say.
Nuclear bomb. We released the Epstein files, and then I got a Truth Social dropped on my head like a nuclear bomb, where the president called me a traitor. And I read that, and I thought, a traitor? Oh my gosh. I looked up the definition of traitor. I looked it up. I was like, I have to wrap my head around this. And so a traitor is a traitor.
This is a 5-minute clip. I'm not going to play it all because I don't know where the timestamp is for the thing that
Right.
I'm looking for. But MTG
Okay.
straight up said that Donald Trump told her that the reason why he doesn't want the Epstein files released is because he would hurt his friends. So do you believe her then?
Yeah, she did.
Elena,
yeah,
thank you for the diamond again.
She did say that, and I do
So
think
do you
that's
believe her?
wrong.
Okay, perfect. So then you accept that Donald Trump hasn't changed. Because if he used to be a sexual predator but wasn't anymore, then he'd probably want sexual predators to be held accountable, right? And if he doesn't want sexual predators to be held accountable, then he certainly hasn't changed. Because if he thinks that their actions are permissible, then he'd think that his actions are permissible, right? And he'd think that their actions are permissible, and the reason why we know that is because that's the motivation for why he doesn't want them to be held accountable.
Yeah. Well,
That's an
I mean,
irrefutable argument. That's rock solid right there. I don't know if you could refute that.
give me some time. I don't know. I have to think about it because, I mean, it's hard to take everything that is said and just like go with one thing and say this to be true. You have to really like study and take your time to really know what you're standing for or what you believe in. I
Study? Study?
Yeah,
That's
study.
something, dude, Carolina, thank you for the leopard. I appreciate you so much, Carolina. Show some love to Carolina down below in that comment section. Appreciate you. Show some love to Carolina down below. Thank you. Huge shout out to you. Dude, Carolina, you've been so kind literally all day long. I appreciate you so fucking much. And back to you, Aloe. I don't think that studying is something that Trump supporters do, or else you guys wouldn't be Trump supporters. Like, for instance, you could have studied the outcome of the 2020 election, okay, quickly learned that Donald Trump was bullshitting you when he said that it was stolen from him, and you would have said, this guy's nuts, I'm not going to support him. You could have studied the claims that he made about Biden. Oh, Biden caused 9% inflation. Biden caused the highest gas prices ever. Okay, then you would have recognized that those claims were bullshit, and then would come to the conclusion that this guy's a crazy lunatic that you never support as president because he was trying to lie straight to your face about the current president to get your support. You could have studied about how the Republicans in Congress kill a bipartisan border bill so the border crisis would continue to exist so then he could run on it and win the election in 2024. You would have recognized that he doesn't actually care about us. He wants these issues to persist for his political advantage. Therefore, he's bullshit and you're not going to support him. If you studied, you wouldn't be MAGA.
Am I allowed to be driving on a golf cart while talking or no?
No. I'm just going to kick you anyways. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. On the opposite side of that cube, your MAGA. Peter, thank you so much for the $35 donation on Venmo, Peter. You are a fucking Chad, dude. I appreciate you for that love. Peter, you are awesome, man. Show some love to Peter down below in that chat for everybody watching. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Peter. Oh, dude, thank you so much, Western Sky, for the Rhythmic Bear. I appreciate you. Peter with the $35 donation says, I think Aloe here needs to be reminded that Trump literally said that he's never asked Jesus for forgiveness because he doesn't feel he's ever done anything to warrant that. Also a good reminder. Yes, Peter, thank you for the $35. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I've watched you for over a year now. As a 39-year-old woman with a teenage Hispanic daughter, you give me hope for our future. Saying, quote, unquote, if it doesn't affect you, let it go. It's dangerous. Give bad people an inch and they'll take a mile. Today, it's hotel admission. Tomorrow, it's voting rights. No, absolutely, Tiffany. I couldn't agree more. Shout out to your daughter, and thank you for supporting me in what we do here. Then we got two big ones here from Katie and Brooklyn. First and foremost, Brooklyn. Thank you so much for the $100 donation, and Katie with a 50. Y'all are being so kind today. Brooklyn, that is beyond kind of you. I don't deserve that. $100 is a shit ton of money. I know I say I don't deserve it a lot, but I fucking mean it, dude. Brooklyn with the $100 says, thank you for keeping me sane on my 5th double shift this week. I won some money listening to you, so here's your cut. Well, Brooklyn, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate you so much. Let's get 1,000 Brooklyn W's. Thank you for supporting me in what we do. You're the GOAT. Same thing to Katie with a $50, who says, sending some positive vibes. Katie, all those vibes right back at you. Thank you for the $50. You guys are awesome. Same thing to you, Brianna. Thank you for the $25. Who says, as an Alabamian, educated myself on how to combat hurtful MAGA rhetoric and policies. Thank you for being a source I could turn to. I'm so happy it could be a source that you could turn to. That's the point of the live. It's not just to try to change the minds of people on the right, but it's also to better equip people on the left with the facts. And I love that so much. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Lee, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Rachel, thank you for the $5. And Wendy, Nikki, thank you for the $5. All three of those donations were for Momo. And then Black RN, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, melanated queen sat here and regurgitated all racist talking points. I hope she realizes all tokens get spent. Black registered nurse, thank you so much for the $10. Welcome in Orthodoxy Confessor. Do you support Trump?
Kind of support a lot of his policies.
Okay, but yeah, do you support him as president?
I'm 24, July 7, 2001.
Do you support him as president?
Yes and no. Actually, I came on here to because I'm kind of wavering a little bit. I've been watching a lot of your streams, and it's kind of like been helping me like start to see like what Trump is. But like I support a lot of his policies, but I'm interested into hearing what you have to say about, I guess, like border control, because I kind of like understand what it is, but I just wanted to hear from your for the little bit.
Are you an apologist? Yeah, of course, man. Are you an apologist?
No, I'm actually I used to be an atheist. I converted to Orthodoxy. Actually, I did want to ask you, would you ever debate Jay Dyer? Just curious.
I actually had a scheduled debate with Jay years ago
really?
on the Whatever podcast. It was against, no, it was either Jay or Andrew Wilson. I forget which one, but it never happened. Now I'm not a theism debater. I'm a politics debater. But if I ever got back into theistic debate, then sure I would. But I mean, that's just not my specialty of interest.
Oh, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Okay, so let's talk about the border. So yeah, here's what I'd say. I think it's important for us to have border regulation to prevent undocumented entry. But I think the best border regulation to prevent undocumented entry would be expediting the legal means of entry into this country to be as fast as possible, because a vast majority, 99% of undocumented immigrants only come into the country as an undocumented immigrant because it's the only feasible way to get here. Else they will risk having to wait 20 years, right? And they want a better life now, not in 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And if we were to expedite those legal means of entry, eradicate like 99% of undocumented entry, the only undocumented immigrants who would be left would genuinely be those who would not qualify for legal admission. And those would be like the legitimately bad people. So at that point, we enforce the border pretty hard. I'm fine with that. That's a plan I want. But that's only 50% of the equation here. The other 50% of the equation is, well, what the hell do we do with the undocumented immigrants who are already here? Solution: give them a pathway to residency or citizenship unless they have bad crimes on their records. Why is this the solution? It is not just obviously what is best for them, but it's also what is best for us. What do I mean by that? Immigrants are such a positive impact on this country, regardless of it's economically speaking or culturally speaking. I think that diversity is a great thing, and I believe, according to crime stats from PNAS, that they're significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes on American soil while paying over $100 billion in taxes per year, right? Let's keep them here. Seems easy, seems reasonable, and seems pro-America.
Wait, can you reinstate the thing you just said?
We should give undocumented immigrants pathways to residency or citizenship and let them stay here because it's what's best for everyone.
Okay, that's interesting. So I agree with you when you stated that, with the thing that you just stated in the moment. My problem with it is more, I'm sure you've heard this thing, is that, this hasn't been stated. What would be the Democrats, I guess, party on the issue on the border? What would they do besides what
hopefully
Trump is doing?
Everything I just said, right? Like I want to push the Democratic Party as hard as fucking possible to like run on these policies in the next general election, because guess what? If the Democrats don't run on mass amnesty, if the Democrats don't run on expediting the legal means of entry, if the Democrats don't run on a public universal option for everybody, then the Democratic Party is over, right? But I mean, are you here to debate? It doesn't really sound like you are.
Apologize. I just wanted to hear more because I'm trying to keep myself open mind.
No, I like that. I
will say I voted for Trump twice, and I kind of regret it. I started to like see. Well, ever since the Epstein files, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is like horrible. And I'm sure you get that a lot. So
good. Well, I'm happy that you've changed your mind, man. And I appreciate you for coming up. Good questions, by the way.
Of course. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah. Hey, Ryder, are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Do you love Jesus?
Love Jesus. Yeah.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Okay, well, actually, before we even get into the Jesus conversation, I see that you have a sponsor with holythreads.us. How would Holy Threads feel about you defending a pedophile to the extent of even making him your profile picture? Should I let them know? Hello? You're lagging out pretty bad, man. You got to disconnect from Wi-Fi, go on cellular. If you're on cellular, then reconnect to Wi-Fi. But I was just wondering, because once again, I went to your main. It says use code whatever, whatever for 10% off of Holy Threads, which I guess is a Christian apparel company. Should I tell them about the fact that you love pedophiles?
How do I love pedophiles? I never said anything.
Well, you didn't have
You're
to
just
say
putting words
anything
in
to
my
tell me
mouth,
that. Your profile picture is a pedophile. This is... How's Hulu a pedophile?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, because he possessed CSAM of children as young as 6 years old getting raped.
Do you believe anyone should get a second chance?
Can you respond to the fact that, yeah, he's a pedophile? Before we talk about the second chance bullshit. So he is a pedophile.
Sure, but like...
So you acknowledge that the person in your profile picture is a pedophile, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So why do you have a pedophile that jacked off to 6-year-old naked children getting raped as your profile picture?
It's because he mogs in his mugshot. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and how would Holy Threads feel about this? You enlightening pedophiles saying that they mog?
How am I... What?
Do you have child pornography on your device?
No.
Are you a pedophile?
No, that's disgusting.
I find that hard to believe. I think that the likelihood of you being a pedophile is likely high because I only think a pedophile would say a pedophile mogs so much that I have to make them my profile picture because of how attractive they look. Very high likelihood. Very high likelihood.
I guess, bro.
Quote unquote pedophiles mog. Is that what you believe in?
No.
Pedophiles mog?
No.
So then Hulo doesn't mog because Hulo's a pedophile.
I guess.
Okay, so are you going to change your profile picture?
Yeah.
Okay, go do that now. Or
Alright.
if you don't, I'm going to make sure I tell Holy Threads about it.
Alright, I will right now.
That's a pedophile, by the way. I know that there's a lot of people in here who don't follow like the lore or whatever, but like 2 days ago, I was actually on a live with that guy's best friend. The guy in the profile picture, Hulo. His best friend, his name's Jeff. And me and Gideon had a 3-hour conversation with Jeff because Jeff was parroting exactly what that guy said, but was standing 10 toes down on it. Me and Gideon were calling that freak out for 3 hours. Okay. A couple people in the chat said that you guys were there. You guys watched it. Yeah, that was sick, man. I have a lot of appreciation for what Gideon does, man. If it wasn't like, oh God, I have a lot of appreciation. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're going to try to get that next guest, Sean, loaded up in the box. By the way, folks, we will be ending here soon. Parker is also going live momentarily. Sean, do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008, May 2nd.
Okay. Daria, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. And Christopher, thank you for the $25. He says, hey, Dean, from a USPS worker, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you so much, man. And shout out to you. Thank you so much, Christopher, for the $25. I appreciate you. And then Marina, thank you for the $10 as well. And Fassi, thank you for the 7. So why do you support Trump?
I think what he's doing in the Middle East is honorable.
Okay, so you think it's honorable to kill kids?
No, he has China.
I think that's a kid. I think that's a kid lying about his age. I think that is a child lying about his age. Little liar, quite frankly. Quite frankly, little liar. We got a little liar in the box. Little liar in the box. You know what? We're at 4 hours. Parker's on, folks. Well, I mean, let me take one last look at the queue. There's one thing that we're gonna do here real quick before we hop off. Speak, don't speak, mute, or leave.
From me. Don't.
Speak, don't speak,
Don't run.
mute, or leave.
You're running.
You're speaking?
You are running.
Good boy!
You're running.
Good boy! You are such a good boy! Oh my goodness, good boy. He listened to me. Thank you so much. Good boy. Good boy. Such a good boy. We love good boys.
So you collab with Gideon, right? I'm
Good
sure you asked him about
boys.
Alex Rosen being a racist. I'm sure
somebody
you talked to him about that, right?
Somebody told me that the other day. But
Yeah,
when
I'm sure
I was
you talked to him about it.
when I was on the live stream with Gideon first, I hopped on that stream first, then he hopped on that stream second. And the main priority wasn't Alex Rosen. The main priority
Yeah, no, that's fine. But
was
like
Jeff,
after that,
who's
y'all
defending
chopped
the
it up,
pedophile.
right? And then y'all talked
No.
about like how he's
No, we
besties
didn't.
with the racist, right?
No, we didn't. We didn't chop it up. I left the live
y'all
stream before he
didn't.
did.
So like after the live, it was just over, right?
Yes.
So forgive and forget. We just
I'm
say
sorry.
the N-word around here.
The
we
main,
just love the white folk.
Listen, yeah, racism is a huge priority, but my priority on that live wasn't to investigate Gideon for his friendship with a racist. My priority on that live stream was to combat a person with 600,000 followers, most of them being young men and boys, who was telling those young men and boys to defend pedophilia and to excuse jerking off to child pornography of 6-year-olds getting raped. That was my main priority, right? Like, there's very few circumstances where I am willing to deprioritize,
I already addressed that.
right? Addressing somebody about their friendship with a racist or something along those lines. Okay, but like that was, and I hope that you
Yes,
guys
Dean,
can
hold on.
understand that. Like I was on that live stream, and my priority was combating.
That's okay. That's
pedophilia.
okay. That's okay. I'm not saying
Okay,
you had
so
to
then
do it
calm
on
down.
the live. I don't care, bro. I'm saying like
So then calm down.
after that, you couldn't have addressed it at all with him.
I didn't talk to him after that. I didn't there was no
You love
planning
him.
or
We love Gideon.
there was no planning or choreography that went into that conversation. I joined
Yes, I
Jeff lives
know.
to talk to Jeff. Then Gideon randomly came upon the live and joined in too. The priority was to address pedophilia. I wasn't going to.
Yes, that is a
I
priority, I
wasn't going
agree.
to scapegoat the conversation about pedophilia to interject the conversation about talking to him about his friendship with Alan Rosen.
I didn't say that though. I didn't say that though. You've had no prior contact with Gideon before this?
Yeah, no prior contact, like in private, talking to him about any of his friendships, and no prior contact
Okay,
when
man.
I even knew who Alex Rosen was. Yeah.
Okay, that's understandable, dude. Whatever. Fine.
Okay, then calm the fuck down.
Okay, chill, bro. I'm just saying, like, bro. So I'm coming from the perspective, you're chopping it up. We love Gideon around here, right? Gideon, but also Gideon just loves this racist. He just loves him. Alex Rosen hasn't changed. Like, of course, the whole things that we're going to be referring to in terms of Alex Rosen would be not only clips, but
Dude, I don't even know who
I think
Alex
live
Rosen
streams.
is.
Alex Rosen is also a predator catcher, and I can't sit here and pretend Alex Rosen isn't a great predator catcher. It's just that he has a lot of skeletons in his closet, right? And
Okay.
I don't think being racist is okay, regardless of the things you do.
Yeah, I
And
don't
so,
think that racism is permissible
I think
either.
he did
Where does
pave
this
a good-
conversation
a good-
involve me?
Because you're besties with Gideon.
I'm not besties with Gideon. He just happened to be on the same live as me. And the priority wasn't to address Gideon about his friendship with a racist. The priority was to address somebody with 600,000 followers that was
Yes.
telling his young men fans to be okay with pedophilia.
Yeah.
Like I swear,
I'm just saying-
listen, if the conversation was about anything else, yeah, like I probably would have asked him about that. If it was about anything else, okay, like if we were just chopping it up, if it was fucking
No,
live
it didn't
battle,
have
if it was
to be
just
about-
you know,
I'm not saying just bring it up out of
chilling
nowhere, bro.
and having a convo, but like no, like that I'm sorry, but
Okay,
the
Yo, D.
conversation about Jeff and the defense of pedophilia absolutely took priority, and I'll stand on that because it
Yes.
did.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't know, bro. Maybe if y'all continue talking, some point down the line, try to address the fact that he is just accepting happily a racist in his closet.
Yeah. If a opportunity presents itself, I'll happily address it.
All right, bro.
Okay.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
You know it, man.
Oh. but you don't support racists. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fucking hypocrite. Fucking hypocrite. Fucking hypocrite. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Yeah, you know about Gideon and Alex. I really hope that you know, there's like enough pressure on Gideon to maybe address it, do the right thing, okay, align himself with the right people. But like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that we should deplatform Gideon for that because his work is too important. Like, bro, he puts pedophiles in jail, right? So I think the strategy, because of how important his work is, shouldn't be like, don't engage with Gideon at all costs, but rather, right, attempt to get Gideon to fucking wake up to the facts that he's friends with a racist. Just gonna get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Jade loading up in the box. Okay. All right. Well, it doesn't look like it looks like we ran out of Trump supporters. Folks, we are going to go ahead and in the live for the evening. We're already at over 4 hours. Parker's already on. So we're going to go ahead and hop off. Folks, if you are still in the mood for some debates, you want some more food on your plate after the last 4 hours, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. Show him some love. Show him some love from Dean. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.